Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Merci de vous installer. La ronde va débuter dans moins de 3 minutes. Hello everyone. Please take a seat. Round starts in less than 3 minutes.
Nils, how are you? En fait, je vais faire monter le petit.
I'm reminded that all the mobile phones, headsets, and electronic devices, you should put them in the boxes at the entrance. Today we will perform some random checks of bags in a playing hall. So if we found an electronic device in a bag in a playing hall, it will be automatically game lost. So please, all electronic devices outside the playing hall in the boxes at the entrance. Voilà, je vous rappelle que tout appareil électronique, téléphone, montre connectée, écouteurs, ordinateur doivent être laissés à l'entrée de la salle dans les boîtes prévues à cet effet. Nous pourrons faire en tout cas des contrôles dans la salle au niveau des sacs. Si on trouve un appareil, ce sera partie perdue automatique. Donc, merci, vous êtes prévenus. Merci de prendre vos dispositions.
Sur les pieds. Chers amis sportifs, bonjour. En tant que président de la Ligue Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, je tenais à venir saluer l'Open d'Aix-en-Provence, qui est le plus bel Open de la région. Comme ça, c'est dit. Donc, un grand merci. Je vais être très court. Donc, je vais vous demander, s'il vous plaît, d'applaudir les deux principaux organisateurs de ce tournoi. Donc, le grand maître Yannick Gozzoli et le président David Benezra. Voilà, donc vraiment une grande fierté pour la Ligue régionale d'avoir ce tournoi. Donc, grand merci à eux et je laisse tout de suite la parole au président.
Merci Stéphane, merci à tous. Bienvenue de nouveau pour cette 5e ronde. Alors, juste un petit rappel, je le ferai en anglais après. Vous avez des conditions spéciales au restaurant du Pasino pour ceux qui sont pas encore allés. Quand vous finissez un peu tard ou pas, voilà, vous présentez votre bracelet et vous pouvez dîner pour pas trop cher pour à Aix-en-Provence. Sinon, je sais pas si Leonardo Costa est arrivé. Est-ce qu'il est là, Leonardo ? Pas encore. Donc on fêtera son titre de grand maître demain, et pas aujourd'hui, en tout cas sa nomination grand maître qu'il a eu pendant le tournoi. C'est tout pour moi. Les noirs appuient. Bonne partie à tous. You can start the clock.
At Dole, we take great pride in our variety of ideas, fruit, and flavor. Behind our leading banana and pineapple products, our fruit line includes other tropical gems, such as mangoes and dragon fruits. Dragon fruits, also known as pitaya, are deliciously low in calories and high in vitamin C and fiber. Our diverse selection of mangoes is available year-round from different farms around the world. Rich in vitamin C, mangoes support your skin's collagen supply. Check for ripeness with a light squeeze and refrigerate peeled, cut mangoes for up to 5 days.
And welcome everybody to round number 5. We are already halfway done of Trophy Dole. However, very exciting games ahead. I am so excited, Sergei, for board number 1 today. Jobaba Badur against Pavel Eljanov. 1d4. And okay, besides this pairing, I would like to say that we also have Yip Carissa, board number 4, Van Foreest, who is first seed, board number 7, and also Lea Garifulina, board number 6. So some ladies finally making the stage.
So, hello everyone. Indeed, the round 5 seems to be already one of the very important rounds, maybe to determine the overall standings. We will see, of course. It depends pretty much also on the board 1 if somebody will manage to keep a perfect score. Well, definitely top game to watch, 4 out of 4 for Jobaba and Eljanov. But as you mentioned, many other interesting matchups, which we will get there shortly. Yes, several ladies up on the stage. So let's.
And so many youngsters also. I see actually the talking Sava. We were talking about him since game number 1 because he was making a GM norm last year, and I think he's not a grandmaster yet, or has he made his norm, his title since then? He might have made it. We will of course double check it, but probably he already is a grandmaster. And okay, Cishlak Patrick yesterday against Van Foreest.
Impressed, yes, definitely. There's another very interesting matchup for me on board 5. Jakub Szyman of Poland playing another Polish player who did score a GM norm last year, Jan Malek, and also board 6 is actually, as you mentioned, Lea Garifulina, but your opponent also is a young French player. He is, if I'm not mistaken, European champion from last year's youth event in Prague. So very interesting to see all these players, and of course for local fans, definitely Maxime Lagarde on board 10. And well, we don't have so many French players on top 10 boards, but they are coming, except Marco Materia, of course, and Maxime. So let's see what's going to happen in today's round, because we are looking forward for very exciting events. Badur Jobaba started his game against Pavel Eljanov with d4, no e4 for Pavel this time, and not even an attempt of Jobaba London this time. Do you think that when people know that something is named after you, that they expect it?
Yeah, of course, that it doesn't work like this. I mean, I'm a big fan of Jobaba London. However, it is not an opening for every day, and definitely not an opening to play against Eljanov himself. I think he has way too much knowledge how to refute it.
Well, today he played London, so it's a kind of also there. I did check a bit of statistics because I was curious, because both of these players, they are of course established in world top, and was just curious how many games did they play to each other since now. And well, there were, what I found were 5 classical games. And some blitz games which made it to the database but are not of a great significance. And the score is quite equal. I think Jobaba is leading by 1. It's 3-2 in his favor out of 5 games. But would you guess what here was their first encounter, approximately? What do you think when
When?
they met first time?
When
Yes,
they
yes.
met for the first time, oh my, that's the tough question because they don't look like old players, but I know they're experienced players. Okay, when was the first encounter? Was it no?
Just
2005. Youth
little
championship somewhere.
little earlier.
Earlier?
No, 2005 already would be
It was.
it was
it would
earlier.
not be
It was
Youth championships.
in 1999.
Nice.
Yes, they played the Children's Olympiad, and it was a
96.
game where and the Badur was more successful back then. But yeah, I mean, of course, a long time ago, we can mention 26 years. Quite a while.
I was born in 1999.
So you don't remember the game?
Definitely don't remember that game, but maybe I should definitely check it out. Maybe it might inspire me.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, but Pavel was white there. So back to chess, we can see a calm start to a game.
Okay.
Queen's Gambit, white didn't really want to go for some very risky stuff from the opening. Bishop g5 and e3, a calm way to approach this opening, not taking on d5. So suggests that he doesn't want to go for Carlsbad structures quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
And black, of course, should be aware of ways of how to play here. So of course there are several ways how black can treat this, but basically usually castle and then c5 is one of the ways. h6 is also possible. Asking the question if white wants to keep the bishop or would be okay with an exchange on f6, usually followed by cd5, for example, and then playing still getting to the Carlsbad.
Yeah, it does transpose to Carlsbad if you take bishop takes f6, which is also fine. But I think I expect bishop h4 from Jobaba here. Bishop f4 also a possibility actually, because knight is not yet on f3. Knight h5 is then not a threat.
Well, also it will be interesting to see how the players generally, mostly it's on the white side's decision how to approach the game.
Yeah.
So we're already in round 5, both players on the perfect score. May already he be thinking a little bit more tactically, towards the development of the tournament. Maybe not to take too many risks, just to have a calm game with, let's say, draw in his pocket and just to decide in the next round. On the other hand, Jobaba got second whites because he had white yesterday, and that would mean that the probabilities that he'll play let's say 3 blacks out of the last 4 is there. So maybe this can influence his decision a bit. And bishop h4 kept the bishop on the board. I
agree with you. I mean, usually when you're playing somebody like Pavel Eljanov, it's round number 5. You say, okay, maybe I can take a draw and I have a rest day and then I have enough energy for the rest of the games. However, he does have a double white, and I also agree that he should take this opportunity to play with white pieces. And I like that he didn't go into Carlsbad structure. I think this keeping the pawn on c4 for a bit longer keeps some wild options still. Of course, nothing. I don't think Pavel will go for any of them. But I prefer this a bit more than going directly into Carlsbad, I think.
People in Czech Republic, of course, have special feelings towards Carlsbad structure because it's one of the Carlsbad is named it says Karlovy Vary, so basically one of the nicest cities in Czech Republic. And Rook b1, no.
Huh?
Yes, rook is on c1. No, rook is on c1. Yes, no. The rook b1 would be too much. Just again, DGT gambit is called because there is sometimes. No, he went to c1, of course. Sometimes it happens that how techniques works that the rook on the way to c1 and actually is the sensor of b1 is just maybe too strong, and at some point it just sees the rook on b1 and not on c1.
Yeah,
Rook c1
rook
is a
C1,
normal
okay.
move. Yeah. But so far I guess nothing really special happened here.
Yes, okay.
It is indeed on c1. Thanks Etienne for showing clearly the evidence. I guess we can check on further games. Board 2, Sava Vetochin and fan favorite Catalan.
Yeah, we got with bishop b4. These are always interesting. Actually, I have a terrible score with this with white pieces, so I'm very curious how Sava will show me how to play this variation.
What I like about our stream is generally that also we have an update on statistics on your file sometimes and some other things, which is very useful, guys. You see how useful it is to watch if maybe ladies to find out a little bit more about Laura's repertoire. But on a serious note, this is one of the, of course, typical ways how to treat Catalan for black. We see no knight e4 like yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, it means that Sava Vetochin also has a second white in a row.
Actually,
So,
correct.
and Ortik Nigmatov, I think he's making his first appearance on our
Stage, yeah?
on our stage. We did already see him actually on Chess-Based India video, because he was a player who was testing Bodana's endgame knowledge in Rook's endgame, and so it means that it was the only half point he dropped so far. So we can see now that we reached one of the theoretical positions. After we can quickly show how this happened. So d takes c4, one of the main lines of Catalan. Bishop g2, bishop b4 check. Bishop d2, one of the options. a5 supports bishop.
Yeah, I hear queen. I think queen c2 here is the main line, to if I remember correctly. But a3 immediately by Sava. Yeah.
Yes. Bishop knight takes d2, and some hesitation from Nigmatov at the moment, because he may also, we quite often concentrate on the main lines and not always considers other things important. And he is definitely considering his options. Also, chewing gum coming to help. Let's see what comes out of this combination.
Is b5 an option here, actually? Because it's possible, right? I don't know if it's challenged by a4 or something else.
Could be.
Probably not knight e5 yet. Could be also possible, though.
So 95. So definitely black wouldn't want to give up the pawn on c4 without a fight.
Yeah.
So sometimes you need to take some drastic measures to support your pawn. And
okay, this game definitely will develop. I'm just gonna check. b5 idea. It's the main move b5 here.
Should be, yes.
And then white plays b3 to challenge it.
So b5 on the board. b5, b3, c takes b3, and queen takes b3, c6.
Yeah. C takes b3, queen b3,
It
c6.
reminds me of one certain blitz game not long ago, but there were black squared bishops on the board. I'm thinking about our mutual game in Austria. We played some time ago in Linz, and we actually played something very similar, but
very
not
interesting
quite.
Game,
yes,
very interesting game, but a bit different opening. But yes, like after queen b3, c6, castle, we will probably see that, and rook fc1. Then we get a very challenging position. So black is a pawn up, but development is not great.
And it's under pressure, and a very typical position generally. We can show. So we start with b3 immediately, or castle. Yeah, b3, c3.
He's still thinking, but okay, let's say that it's
most likely this is gonna happen. Yeah,
and rook fc1.
Yes, and logically, white's play. As you said, black's bit behind in development, and secondly, also white is controlling the important squares. C5, E5 is also controlled by white. Can pick a moment to go A4, for example, to provoke the change of the structure. Black is gonna suffer a bit for this pawn. On the other hand, the pawn is a pawn. So it depends, of course, on the philosophy of the player, how he would like to approach to the game. If you are playing, now I will disclose a little bit something, then if you are playing an aggressive player, so maybe it's not such a bad idea at least to get a pawn, because he or she is going to attack you anyway. So at least you have a pawn for this, for your troubles. So that's one of the reasons also I picked the line against you. So I don't want to stay behind in disclosing.
Makes sense. No, I was enjoying our game very much. So
interesting. Actually, I checked the game afterwards, and there were definitely things missed by both sides. But it was a blitz game, so of course it's slightly different, and it's a little more challenging. B3 is indeed played, and well, Sava knows his Catalan, definitely. So we will most likely end up in this position where he will try to prove that positional compensation is enough, or maybe more than enough. Patrick Czeslak with white, board 3 against Liu Yan of China. Liu Yan, he was the one who punished the Indian player yesterday, right? For not playing very carefully, as English defense was going quickly for F5.
It was a very nice game by Liu Yan, but I think also he drew Lumia Oji. So first that was his draw, and then yesterday very, very beautiful win.
And we can see that game, and Ragozin. This is my favorite. Yes, one of my favorites, but black. So white decided to go for CD5 and bishop F4, line which was which may not strike you at first as mainstream, but it did appear some time ago in top players' games.
I think bishop G5 is one of the most played these days. Yeah,
there are several versions of bishop G5. Also, there is queen A4, for example, and there are various moves here. Queen B3, CD5, bishop G5, many options for white. But actually, what young Polish player picked is slightly less played. Let's say it's not what you see every day, but it's definitely a prep, because 143 suggests that he is very well prepared and picked particularly this line, while Chinese player is hesitating a bit because he most likely didn't expect this turn of events. Generally, Patrick did show a very interesting preparation 2 days ago against Gopal with as you remember, this early G4 in Sicilian with a successful finish of the game. And yesterday also a very good game from him against Van Foreest. So good defense. We were almost thinking that he's lost, but he proved us wrong.
Yep, he proved also. I'm pretty sure even I thought that the engine would say that he was lost, and he proved the engine wrong as well. His king was safe as it could be on G8. Very nice game.
Next board, an American derby. Bryce Ticklon against Carissa Yip. Carissa did show a very interesting approach to Alpen Sicilian yesterday. I was corrected during today's breakfast, actually, when I met one of the guys I mentioned in previous streams, Surya Ganguly, and he mentioned his course on Alpen Sicilian, which he together with Rustam Kasimjanov, and that night BD2 could be an idea from there. So if you want to find out if it's like this or not, you guys can definitely look into this course. We have a quick play from both players, and this is also one of the mainstream theory things nowadays. Battling defense, not the biggest fun in general for both sides, but an extremely resilient opening from black side. popularized by Vladimir Kramnik during his match against Garry Kasparov back in 2000.
Just 2000, yeah.
Yes, quite a while ago. But Berlin defense since then became one of the most popular weapons for black, for all kinds of players. And you can see Carissa also playing Berlin now. White did opt for Rook E1, which is also very popular nowadays. Looks like it may not be the most ambitious approach from White, but it definitely is very tricky. We will end up, actually, in many cases, we will end up in something like Petrov defense, symmetric positions. But surprisingly enough, there are so many forced tactical lines here, and this is one of them.
Oh, okay. Sacrificing a pawn?
Yeah. One of the options here for White is Knight C3.
Oh, really?
Yes. And there's a line like just going like this.
Okay.
Very interesting one, but requires some opening knowledge, very deep preparation. White decided to go for something else, taking on d6. Black is a pawn up, but on the other hand, the structure is a little bit corrupted. Two bishops, one is not really working at the moment, but is eventually going to get to the game, maybe even after d5, d6.
But some work to be done, so I understand why White would go for this opening, also these two double pawns. Definitely not a line, again, that I see often or haven't seen in a long time even. Is it becoming popular again? Not really, or?
No, Rook E1 is quite popular nowadays. Well, there are many ways how to treat Berlin, of course. One of the main lines, the old main line is d4, and going for this endgame, which was successfully defended, for instance, by Kramnik and many others. My good friend Levon Aronian was a great specialist of Berlin defense, and I'm not sure if he's still playing it, but it was one of the biggest weapons he had. And there are many other options. Tricky option d4, knight d6, d takes e5, knight b5, and I don't mean the infamous Berlin draw here after d5 or d5. Easily not that one, but there are several ideas for White when they also have bishop g5 move here.
Okay.
So it becomes very messy here.
It can be tricky.
So there are various ways to fight Berlin. My personal preference is usually d3. Yes, d3. Anti-Berlin, just to go, because it actually brings us to some Jacobianish positions, so which I always enjoy to play. Yes. And but White player decided to go for
C3
more forced line, c3. Carissa now will have to remember which way to move the bishop is the best. Logically, there are two directions which look
okay,
normal.
But do you really want to go to b6? That really does make your life a bit harder because of c8 bishop.
If you go to b6, then basically your idea would be
d5, d6.
d5, d6, exactly. Yeah. So I think that if she opts for b6, then next d5 and d6 coming out with the bishop would be what.
Okay,
preferred.
Could be an option, definitely. Okay.
She's gonna take some time here because maybe bishop takes d6 by point of view is not the most common continuation in this position. I may be mistaken, of course. Yes.
Yeah, probably you're right. Like I said, I don't see this very often in general. Even bishop f4. It's quite common move.
Rook e1 and the knight c3 is the main move. I think after bishop d4.
Knight e8 is the most common response. Not bishop takes d4, but after bishop takes d4, it's kind of the same c3 could be transposition actually. And after c3, bishop f6 was actually played 2 times. Let's see if there were some notable games actually between two French girls, Pauline Guichard, two French women, and Natasha Benensbach. They actually drew in 2021. So But not many recent games, at least not in this database. Like I said, it's not the most.
Yeah, maybe not the most popular
Yeah.
direction. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, well, let's see how Carissa will decide, and
Let's see.
see what the Polish guys are doing. Jakub Simon with white went for e4.
Oh yeah, the
92.
French with 92. Okay, so we'll see all the French defenses here, or almost 92 now. Let's see.
Yeah, 93 we had advanced, couple of them already.
Mostly
92.
advanced, though, yeah.
I do hope that we not necessarily need ED5.
No, we don't. No, please, just not this one.
Yeah.
Everything with this one.
Okay, 92
Okay.
C5. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we have
CD4, knight takes D4. Yes, that's we had
Something
also.
similar,
Yeah, and
yeah.
there was we mentioned that knight C6. No, CD4 was not there.
Knight C6 was there followed by
One
e takes
line lead.
D5, e takes D5. Yeah, we
Played
have
this,
this isolated pawn game, but now he decided to take on D4 and knight D4.
Knight F6. Yeah, one of the ED5
Ah.
and A6. Oh,
Whoa.
this I don't know. I have to say I played knight D2 a couple of times myself with white and. This line with A6, I'm not so familiar with.
Okay, A6 has been played a few times, but mostly either Queen D5 or Knight D5.
Sure. Yeah, knight D5.
A6, of course, I see that, I don't know who popularized this. Let me see if there were any crazy games. Okay, Ori Koba played this. Not sure if online or in Classical, but yeah, so far don't see many top players playing this, but definitely an engine option, I would assume.
Yeah.
But Knight C4 definitely not one of the moves.
So a novelty maybe.
Almost a novelty. Let me see what. Okay, actually, this game has been played in 2025, and
C4.
in European Individuals Championship this year. Actually, Knight C4 has been played, and what was the response to it? Let me just see. E takes D5.
Well, that doesn't strike me as necessary the measure. And who were the players? Where else we
I
can
think it
win
was
that?
Ori Kobo, Arsene Etienne versus Ori Kobo. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, knight C4. In any case, a very fresh approach from Jan Malek, and Jakub Simon accepted the invitation. And knight C4, we are up for. But I wanted to mention that these guys, they know each other definitely very well because I also, if I'm not mistaken, they are both part of part of a group which takes part in camps for preparation for Polish players and Polish youngsters. They are also quite often we can see them in these tournaments. So yeah, let's see how this will unfold because now it's Jan Malek's turn to consider his options and if he wants to take on D5 with a knight or with a pawn.
Yep, definitely some time to think here. Like I said, knight c4 is not a common response, so I'm sure that Jan also doesn't know exactly how to deal with this.
So has to make up
Let
his
him
mind.
think, yeah.
Yeah. So next board, Lea Garifulina, who successfully converted her white pieces and opening advantage in yesterday's game, is playing another French player, Marco Materia.
And today you will experience her opening knowledge.
Yeah,
Because
we
I've
will
seen her walking around.
It seems that we may start to understand Mailboyer yesterday's opening choice a little bit better because it seems that she's impressively prepared against a line which Marco did opt against her. Rouser Sicilian, Bishop G5, E6 Queen D2 main line, absolutely, and F4. There are several approaches by white in this position. There is F3, F4, or even King B1.
Correct.
Yes, and F4 is the sharpest one. Bishop E7. We actually had one of the very similar positions here. In one of the earlier rounds when I believe I don't remember who was playing the game, but there was this Queen G2 motif. I remember we wanted to go Queen G2, Queen H3.
But was that against Brandon Jacobson? Actually, I'm not sure if it was his game, but I understand. Yeah.
So in any case, this is slightly different because white did go for knight e2 quickly. h5, f5. This is quite common, I would say. And knight c1, quickly bringing the bishop to c4, which is a typical way, of course, for white to bring pieces to the game. But if white would be able to do this without any punishment from black side, then well, white's life would be quite good here.
Yeah, absolutely. And
a5.
yeah, a5.
I have a recollection of something very similar, which I saw as a team captain a couple of years ago, and it was Viktor Gazik, the Slovakian grandmaster, did play Ariane Tari in first round of European team championships in Budva. It was very similar. I cannot really be sure if it wasn't like this exactly, but resemblance is quite big. We will check. We'll check if we will be able to get there.
There's only one game being played in exactly this position, but like I said, it could
could transpose and it could be very just similar. So it doesn't. Of course, it's not that important. Players now are most likely on their own. a5, a logical move.
Very logical move, exactly. And here, actually, the game was played between Nicola Cano and Yu Yangi with black pieces. So exactly same position, and this was followed by Rook G1. Of course, Yu Yangi won this game as he is 400 points high-rated player.
Nicola Kanov is playing in this tournament
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing.
I saw him in the list. So, yeah, it may be interesting for him to see this position if he has enough time to watch other games as well. In any case, this is a very interesting strategic position. White, of course, we did discuss a little bit the structure in our previous stream. Black has a pair of bishops, but of course white also has a good compensation for it. Let's say in full control of white squares. Bishop d5 rather quickly played by Lea, so it means that she may still be aware of the options. She looks a little more comfortable, I would say, because also time-wise.
Yeah.
So let's see. Of course, lots of very, very interesting approach from both sides. It's a typical or very, very good for an open tournament, and at least when you watch the games.
No, definitely. I'm excited to definitely come back to this game when the both players will be out of theory. As you said, I think Lea still feels very comfortable. I don't know exactly what she has planned after Rook b8 and a4, but I think
that was Yu Yangi's game, yeah?
No, Rook g1 was actually Yu Yangi's game.
Okay, so Bishop d5 may be a novelty. So
yeah, I think that might be one.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the next board.
Which is Caro-Kann?
Yes, this is definitely positional Caro. e5 and e5 bishop f5, and here white we had knight d2.
Yeah.
And knight f3 is as a approach. We also mentioned knight f3, e6, bishop e2. Some calls this short variation. It's after Nigel short. And a5. I have to say, maybe if Pavel Eljanov does see this, he may be quite happy, because a5 is a move which he covers in his Caro-Kann course. Yeah, so or the way to approach the structures. I don't know. Of course, he's most likely aware. And Aditya Samant is the player who yesterday did face Bahadur Jobaba. Had a very tense game, very interesting game. Had a good chance to win even, but it was very short of time. So yes, at the end, Bahadur managed to win that game. And today he has another top player in front of him.
No rest for Aditya.
what to do.
Yet.
That's life. He has to a5, a4 logical reaction. Bishop g6.
Okay.
Yes, and knight bd2, knight h6. Yes, so
Logical.
far, very, very normal way. How when castle may look a little bit risky for black.
Yeah.
Black doesn't care about so much about bishop takes h6 and spoiling his structure here, because that white would get rid of his black squared bishop. And the pawn on h6 is not that vulnerable, because in the worst case we can always support it by king g7. And so black is not so concerned about bishop takes h6 usually in these positions. I would believe that this is still a theoretical position, and now white has to decide what direction he's gonna continue. I would still expect bishop takes h6, probably queen d2, c3, supporting the centers and bringing the knight to e3, maybe trying to attack black with knight g4.
Yeah, Jorden is really not worried about bishop take h6, otherwise he would play knight f5 before castle. So, and also this rook e1, I think white is preparing for this knight f1. Do you think white is also preparing for some f6 breaks?
Definitely. This is one of the key ideas for black in Caro-Kann. I do remember that in the game against Jordan, I had to face this idea very quickly.
Okay.
He did something slightly different, because he castled long actually there. It was like quick queen c7 and f6. This is a different approach, but the ideas remain very similar. Black would, by playing a5, usually they want to show that c5 is not the main plan anymore, although may still come question afterwards, but f6 is
two options. Yes, c5 or f6, breaking through somehow. Yeah, okay, Jorden is quite an expert in Caro-Kann. I actually didn't know, I mean, couldn't remember that he played it, but actually I learned from his games when I started to play Caro-Kann, so then I remembered, wait, actually he has been playing this way longer than I have.
This is a guy, yes. Definitely plays Caro very well.
Yeah.
So yeah, now it's a white is gonna take a decision if wants bishop takes h6 or not, or playing something else, maybe starting with c3, allowing knight f5.
Okay, also c4 could be an option for white. I wouldn't put it past white to go for it.
Yeah, but here c4 maybe is not so great, because dc4 and then knight b6, knight d5 is coming very quickly. So maybe not to prepare it a little or somehow first. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, still an opening. So I wonder Liang, who yesterday had a very dangerous position, but he managed to survive. So he drew his game, and by the way, bishop takes h6 happened in Jordan's game. Well, let's see what is going on here. He's playing Sviatoslav Bazakutsa, the player who has in a way a bit of an unlucky pairings, we can say, because he's playing a third top player in a row. He played Maxime Lagarde yesterday, Nils Grandelius, and Wonder Liang. On the other hand, if he keeps on good work and at least not losing these games, then his chances for GM norm will become very big.
Absolutely. I mean, he keeps this up. I actually am very impressed with his play so far. Quick and effective, and everything is correct.
Yeah, usually that's a good combination, definitely. We started off with King's Indian, h3 and bishop e3, one of the very popular setups for white. c5, knight f3. Interestingly, white didn't want to engage in some theoretical discussions, but did opt for transposing to Marozzi system, or Marozzi setup, could say, which is one of the most common systems, or let's say setups, because it can arise from many openings.
Yeah.
Not so often from King's Indian, but still, even in this case, bishop c6, black is playing quickly, knows the setup. a5 is one of the ways to treat it, and pushing a4, gaining some space here. Queen a5 is going to come next. So white didn't want to wait for this and goes for a change of a structure. And now we got a very typical position here where well, it would seem that black is doing fine because the knight will come to some very comfortable square like c5 or e5 at some point. On the other hand, and white bishop is not looking so great at the moment. But I like these positions with white usually because there is a big problem for black usually.
Absolutely.
e7 pawn, which is always something to look for, and white can play only bishop f1 and then just try to double on e5, or also there is another plan for white sometimes to go for attacking chances with rook d4 h4. So black has to be aware of all these plans and has to come up with some setup which would
favor him or feel comfortable enough. I think I would agree with you. However, I would like to say that having a knight over a bishop in this specific pawn structure is probably a bit better. I would assume so. So that's maybe why this position is not exactly, let's say, engine-wise better. Definitely a position to... Maybe this is a position more for experience, you know? You have to have experience in this position in general to play it well. And I wonder if Sviatoslav has enough experience to...
Michelle one thing I wanted to count, one of the maybe one of the reasons why I wonder did pick this position is also that if you remember his yesterday's game, he was under pressure actually on the other side. So maybe he wants to enjoy a little bit of this pressure from his side. So he definitely in this is a position where he will be the one putting some problems in front of Bazakuta. So maybe psychologically, you know, you also want some calm, risk-free game where so that's maybe also one of the reasons. We have seen, I wonder, in the first round when he did go off the theoretical battle quite quickly. So maybe this is how he decided to approach this tournament or some of the games. All right, Nils Grandelius next against Malik Abdusalimov, who yesterday was the one pressurizing. I wonder if well, it was him. He had the very best years, and now it's maybe time for opposite thing. King's Indian.
Oh, again. Okay.
And
with
Nils,
bishop e2. Okay.
Let's go for bishop e2 and bishop e3. Another similar looking setup to h3, bishop a3. Knight a6, a different approach from black. No c5 yet. Knight f3. And queen e8. White does delay the castle yet, so he wants to see how black is going to play this. And queen e8 is a bit of provocation, I would say.
Yeah.
Black would like to go e5, of course.
Of course.
But White decided to be first there.
That's uncommon, I think. Quite uncommon, actually.
D takes e5, and there is an interesting psychological moment now. I would expect Nils to have his move ready before he played e5.
Yeah, I mean e5. Okay, e5 actually not being a very good move, but yeah, like it's not really an opening theory, you know. I feel like this is something that you think of over the board, at least as I also seen. I don't think e5 has ever been played, at least not in my database, but it's actually a very good move given the starfish. And yeah, now he has an option. Both moves are good. Knight e5 or d takes e5, but he has to decide what to do after knight d7 in either case, I think.
Yeah. Interestingly, after knight e5, we would transpose to some different structure than King's Indian, obviously. This looks like a little bit like, I don't know, Scandinavian, Alekhine, something like that, with a queen a little bit awkwardly placed on e8. Maybe that would be one of the things why I would like to go knight takes e5 here for white. Or at least...
You would prefer to take with a knight than with a pawn? Yeah, okay, first move I thought was taking with a pawn, actually.
Taking pawn, yeah. Somehow... well, I have very mixed feelings here because I'm a former King's Indian player with black.
Okay.
So I kind of... I would think that this is quite interesting for black here. I mean, maybe you are right with knight d7, which would force white to go e6. But at the first sight, may look that it's very good for white. On the other hand, the pawns on e6 and the e7, they control lots of squares in the center, so it may not be such a bad thing for black. But of course, it's up to Nils now. I hope he will not be too influenced, because yesterday I saw him and I told him that that so far because he played 2 games on online boards and they were not very eventful, to say at least, but in both cases he was black, so it was definitely a normal thing to have maybe not such an interesting game when you need 2 players to have a game sharp and running. So yeah, he kind of was a bit apologetic that he couldn't really do much about this. So hopefully this is not going to force him to sacrifice 25 pieces today in order to show us that he is still sharp there. d5 now an important decision for white to make, but I would expect him to take a while here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to mention before I move on that there were some comments in the chat about some lines that we analyzed 15 minutes ago, because actually, guys, there is 15-minute delay due to FIDE anti-cheating rules. So that means that when you write a comment, you're writing a comment about the position that we analyzed 15 minutes ago, which is not an issue. We might come back to the position and follow it up with your question later, but that means you have to stay with us, to see our answers.
Yes, definitely. That's a way how to trick people to watch our streams
or leave.
Or leave. Yes. Let's see how Maxime Lagarde is doing here. He is playing Tobias Kolle, a player who already was featured in one of our streams. He was playing Leon Luke Mendonça. On stage, an interesting endgame. So he's again now with black pieces. We can see this is after knight f3, d5, g3, b6. That's an interesting way. This is quite a modern way to treat Reti move order.
Okay.
E6,
again, Again, going for this non-theoretical lines.
This is also one of the setups which is recommended by none other than Nils Grandelius.
Really?
With black, yes. Very interesting way of treating Reti. Knight bd2, white goes typical Reti stuff. Rook e1 and bishop c5. Black is not interested in the position after, you can switch to bishop e7, e4, for example, and play key ia, so the attack. But bishop c5 is not really giving white so many options here, because knight g4 after e4 may be very unpleasant in some situations. Maybe d4 first and then knight g4 ideas. So white decided to go e3, slow play, and b3, a3, and bishop b2.
Wow. Okay.
And this is, if white knight would be on e2, that would be so-called hippopotamus setup. One of the...
Yep.
It's very popular at some point, but quite often more in online chess.
Yeah, definitely in online chess. Then
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen it in classical, but
No, I've seen. I
You've
think that
seen it in
yes, I
classical?
think that,
Oh
that
my.
at some point, if I'm not mistaken, I saw this setup from Carissa Yip, actually.
Ah, really?
Yes. Oh, yeah, but
Herself?
yeah.
Okay.
So, but of course, this is an opposite with opposite colors. As this reminds me quite a lot of Pirt's defense or modern, for example, when you opposite colors, obviously, where black setup is not that usual, and I think Maxime is quite happy here because.
Yeah, you think so? I
Yeah.
mean, okay, he didn't pick a very theoretical opening, so I think he did achieve exactly what you mean. But he
Playable
meant
position.
playable position with possibilities to open the position with e4, c4, d4 whenever he feels like it. But Tobias heard us and he said, "Okay, I'm gonna go e4
No,
myself."
I'm the first one who is gonna pick the change of structure, and e4 is a principled way for black to approach the position, but it feels that white is okay with all of this, and he can pick between several knight moves. Not sure that he would want to take on e4 here. But I guess that's our options, like knight h4,
Yeah, knight
for
h4
example.
looks
Yes.
like we want
Yeah.
knight on f5.
Yeah. Well, also
Knight d4
also-
is an option.
Yeah, knight d4 is
also,
definitely a normal option as well. So,
But nothing
e4.
much. Yeah, these two are the options. That's
I
all.
think that black, well, even knight g5 is an option. Strangely enough, because h6, knight h3, or maybe this should be done after d takes e4. Then again, black may take with the knight. On the other hand, maybe this e4 was kind of
Fast?
also,
No?
but it was also like at some point it was maybe black didn't like the rook e8 ideas because of as you said c4 probably and some opening position, so that's why he decided to go forward himself. Well, both players spent about equal number of time, and you see that there is another move which we didn't consider, knight d5.
Did he play it? Oh
Yes,
my.
he
Immediately also. Okay, that's a very interesting way to respond to e4. Definitely.
mentioned a funny coincidence that in boards next to each other, the last move
Oh,
white
is
did was knight e5.
Actually, that's kind of funny. Yeah. Also,
Yes.
Nils himself played 95, and now Maxime influenced by Nils.
Maybe. So, because Nils played knight e5 first,
yeah.
I say like, oh, I can do this too. For knight e5. One of also, by the way, logical continuations, which we missed completely. Okay, so let's see. Next board, Aydin Suleymanli of Azerbaijan is playing Eray Kilic of Turkey. Aydin is having an interesting tournament. I think it's his third Turkish player. And so far, we had him twice on an online boards, and both games he played were ended in a draw. Today he is white, and he will definitely try to do a little better. He did opt, however, for Berlin. London. Sorry.
Yeah, with c5
Sorry, yes,
immediately.
Yes, and quick c5. e3 and queen b6, an ambitious approach by black. Maybe he did see yesterday's Eljanov's game against Mendonça, where black got under pressure quickly and decided that he wants to play more aggressively. And c4, black's queen b6 aggressive approach is faced by even more aggressive whites by c4.
Oh, c4. Well, actually, that's when you play the London, usually you do up with knight d2 here after queen b6. I have
d2,
to
dc5, those lines.
It's a sharp line, but I love it myself, you know. But okay, c4, queen b3, interesting response.
And knight c6. So we did start off with London, but now it doesn't look like so much like London anymore.
No.
It looks like more some gambit combined with whatever.
Some slow defense,
Yes.
but there's not pawn on c6, but on c5. If black's pawn was on c6 and knight on d7, this would be almost like slow defense, kind of some lines. But now with the pawn on c5, I think black is quite comfortable.
Where white knight is not on c3. Well, hard to identify this.
Very hard
In
to
any
identify.
case, both players seemingly having trouble to not only to identify the opening but also to
play,
find their
yeah.
next move, because you can see that they already did spend of having trouble to but also to
play.
find their already did spend of their time for only 6 moves. So can we have a potential time travel here? What do you say?
Okay, I think Aydin, if I know from experience, he is not a time trouble guy. I don't know about his opponent. He did play Maxime yesterday, but that didn't tell me much. I wish to see more time trouble.
I know black player. I played him a couple of years ago at the European Cup, where when he was, I think he was a little bit lower rated
Yeah,
back
I'm
then,
pretty
and
sure.
he had a fantastic tournament there. He scored something around 6 out of 7
Oh
or
my.
5.5 out of 7, and I was quite happy that didn't contribute by any points to him, but he still scored a GM Jorden. I have a feeling, or he had like some insane result of performance. So I'm not surprised that now his rating is closer to 2500s. A very capable player, definitely, and he did show it yesterday as well by not allowing too many chances to Maxime Lagarde in his game. So this is definitely one of the games which develops is in
progress.
so far in very promising and the slowest manner. So let's see how it will turn out. Next board, Leon-Luc Mendonça, who yesterday had a tough game, defended very well against Pavel Eljanov, but eventually had to resign his game, and he's playing Hassan Chalik, who had his appearances on the stage already.
Yesterday he played against Aydin, if I remember. That was the boring game of the day.
A little bit, yes. It was not so exciting, but on the other hand, we had the game after the time control.
Yeah.
And the day before, I think he played Brandon Jacobson, and he did hold on in that game, which looked suspicious a bit. So today, he didn't play French defense again, because in one of the games he did play French, and this time it's Sicilian, an attempt to go for Taimanov Sicilian, but white decided to go for Queen D3, one of the options which is also quite popular nowadays. Black took on D4, went for A6, Bishop E3, B5, Bishop E2. And white shows the readiness to castle short at some point.
Yeah.
If
We're just waiting for black to... but probably the idea is short castle, yeah. And also Leon-Luc being more of a stable player. He doesn't want to go into some crazy stuff with long castles if he is not prepared for it. And also look at the time.
he is not, yes, and he is not. That's what I wanted to mention, that actually it did take him almost 50 minutes to reach this position, while black didn't spend much of his time. So it seems that Mendonça didn't expect such a turn of events. I would guess, nothing serious is going on at the moment here. Of course, black can opt for different plans. Bishop D7, Bishop B7, C8 is typical way to continue.
Yeah. I would expect this to happen.
Yes. well, this is a very common picture.
Very common, yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary here, so definitely let also Celik think a bit. Well, Luke was thinking now, it's his time to think slightly while we move on to another girls' game. Lu Miaoji is playing Kasper Piron. Kasper making a comeback to live boards now, finally.
Well, his first appearance was memorable,
Very.
definitely, yes, because it was the first round when he survived a scare where he was lost for quite a big part of the game, but managed to get a draw in a very interesting endgame. And today he's facing London again. We see what is this is one of the most popular openings.
Yeah.
Bishop G4, one of the ways to treat this. Immediately asking White a question if she wants to go for Knight F3, which doesn't go, I think, usually. So if she would want to go Knight F3, she would do this straight away, right?
Yep, exactly.
So F3, winning a tempo, but of course also taking an important square from the knight. C4, C5. Oh, just interesting.
Yeah, playing C5 immediately is always the most challenging way, but again, Black has to know how to respond.
C3, E6. So we are not going to try even to identify the transposition.
No.
So it's something similar like in Suleimanli's game. So once we find out what opening was that, it's some transposition from London.
It's very funny. I think
somewhere.
F3 and bishop on D7. That's actually very funny way of playing this. I have no idea what will develop here.
I think that Kasper, we mentioned that he's a very interesting player. His side hobby, I can say, is solving.
Yeah.
He is one of the best guys in this discipline, and of course that suggests that he usually likes to have some creative positions, something which requires some fantasy, some imagination, and it seems that his approach is quite good at the moment, because Lumeo G is taking her time here. She did spend, she's already under an hour, and she's, we have seen her being well prepared with E4s, and maybe this one is not exactly the case. Of course, you need, you may speed up afterwards and when you pick up a setup, but the knight on G1, where do you put him? H3? No, you don't want to go to H3.
No, this is actually...
It's not how people are taught to play chess usually, but...
No,
this would be too much, I guess, but...
Actually, I would also be struggling a bit to... Oh, good.
No, not really. Yes, just as you can see that we are in a very aggressive mood. Red arrows all around, but most likely not when Black did play C5. This can work well when Black's structure is more modest, and this is not exactly the situation.
I'm thinking about maybe taking on D5 and playing Queen B3. Asking Black how to defend her pawn.
Here. Queen B3. As far as I'm, I know Kasper, he most likely is not going to defend this pawn at all.
Really?
So he probably would go for something like...
come on. Really?
But what if I do... you go to C7 then?
Yeah.
I wanted to trap your queen, but it's not exactly working. But what about this?
And you're saying if I go knight D5?
I don't know. I did.
Okay, cool. I mean, neither.
And something like CD4.
Okay, and if I take, you go bishop
Some bishop
B4,
B4 check.
F2. I think I'm happy with my king on F2, to be honest.
I'm happy for your king on F2.
Okay.
I'm happy with my king on G8.
Yeah, okay. No, but bishop D3, maybe bishop E6 actually is just very stable.
This is a bit dangerous for white. Of course, this F3 is not very pleasant addition to white's White's development plans. So let's see. But yeah,
Yeah.
something like CD5 and knight E2 maybe,
Yeah,
or bishop D3,
slowly.
some modest way. Next board is
Okay.
very interesting.
Yeah,
I'm very
exactly.
curious how. This is not a common structure. I mean, it looks like some Queen's Gambit gone wrong for Black at the first sight, but maybe it's just an impression. So White here opted for an approach with knight G2, kept his knight on on G1 for a while.
Yeah.
Wanted to play this setup.
That's also a typical way of playing this kind of Carlsbad structures. Usually the idea when you have a knight on E2 is to play F3, 4.
Exactly. But
it
after
makes it
G6,
easier. Yeah.
he did change his plan because Black's idea is also one of the ideas is knight H5 to get rid of this bishop and to exchange it and then to play positionally. But this still should be quite normal. Quick F4. Quick
Okay,
F4.
always unpleasant for Black if F5 is a big struggle.
Knight H5 he still wants to.
Okay. And F5.
This is how this happened, but this cannot be good for Black.
It looks too weird, right? This cannot be stable.
I mean, this can be good for a pawn, let's say, at least, but well, very strange.
I mean, it's still like, how do you take with the rook or the queen? Doesn't really.
Check with the rook.
Yeah, followed by knight
G7,
G7,
rook
exactly. I'm going to F3.
Not to go F5 or something.
Maybe that's the idea. Oh, but that looks a bit weird.
The knight coming to G3 or F4, even E5 is a good square.
I don't.
Maybe we can come up with a different arrows.
What? Yeah, I don't know. Wanted to play rook E6, but it doesn't do anything completely. There's too many.
I think White is in a bit of a shock here because he wouldn't. I mean, he. Of course, a pleasant one because he most likely is quite happy with what he's seeing in front of him.
So
but but definitely, guys, if you want to play Queen's Gambit with Black, this is not what you are aiming for.
Absolutely, yeah. And actually, engine already says this is plus 0.70, plus 0.80, and also Brandon probably does feel it, like you said, both Queen F5 and Rook F5 being equally good moves. Definitely, if I had to pick out of all openings so far, I would probably take this game for white pieces.
That is quite obvious. And we can see another King's Indian in a game of Ido Gorstein against Simon Lamas. Simon, he actually had 2 tough games, but he managed to survive both of them without any big hit to his norm ambitions.
Yes.
And we have an interesting, and actually I like this for Black. I really like the structures when
you play
something is going. Yes.
So it's a bit biased.
Maybe to watch people playing them now. No, in general. Oh, well, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks normal, more or less, but knight G1 after knight.
Wow.
This is suggesting that White wants to provoke Black to go knight F4.
Oh, what?
Because
really?
To go bishop F3 probably,
F3,
and then G3 to get to kick the knight out, but Black didn't really engage in saying like, okay, I'm going knight F3. I'm fine with knight H5. So White didn't want the repetition, obviously, and played normal move A3, which was preparing B4 approach. But now let's see if, well, I kind of know what happens after B4, but
you know, is it really?
I think it works for Black.
Bishop F5.
F5, Queen. Oops.
Opla.
Sorry.
Mostly
Queen F3 and E4 looks good for Black.
I think this should be good enough.
Yeah. And another. Well, this is interesting actually. Can White throw a DT6 here first?
And after bishop takes, you play
The
b5.
idea is I want to go b5 here and
But does
try
that-
to win your bishop or knight or whatever you give up.
If I
Because I prolong the diagonal here
Yeah,
because now the
understand.
differences of in both cases of bc6 or bishop c6. Then here black doesn't have the same motive because here c6 is angry.
Yeah, you have a
But
point.
there are some tricks.
There are
I'm
tricks,
sure
definitely,
there
yeah.
are some tricks here.
Trying to find them.
If dc6, actually maybe bishop f5 even
Maybe
can be interesting.
could be interesting. Absolutely, yeah, definitely some calculation here. But I have no right answer. You want me to check?
Yeah, no,
No? No
okay,
need.
fine. I think we of course, yeah, maybe we can we can state that
Okay.
here white has a different, very difficult option to, to calculate b4 because if
B4,
not,
yeah.
if not, it's not very clear why he did all of this because black is ready to take on d5 and go rook c8
Yeah.
and just hit on e4 pawn anyway. Let's just check out
Let's
what is
check,
going on.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious if b4 is working.
Yeah, b4 doesn't work because knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4,
Queen takes.
d takes e6. Yeah, that's
Yes.
important. And let's see what the engine says. Actually, engine likes bishop takes c6 as much as b takes c6. Wow. Okay, let's pick one. Like bishop takes c6, b5. Bishop takes b5. Apparently, we can put it on the board actually for the
Wow.
viewers.
Yes, of course, and this is very
That's crazy. Bishop takes b5, and if c takes b5, d5 apparently being extremely strong for black.
positional compensation.
Yeah. And in case of after queen takes e4 after bishop b5,
Bishop
just
c6
bishop
back, yeah.
c6, very simple. Yeah, and the other option instead of bishop takes c6 is b takes c6, and after queen e4 again d5. Which one is easier to calculate for black? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess none, but
none, yeah.
No, on the other hand, you see, that's the thing about the King's Indian players. When you play King's Indian with black, you are actually hoping for something
Yeah.
like this to happen. You don't even care about the material so much. At least I didn't in my younger years. And this is something that you want to get. And with white, actually, this is something you want to avoid generally. So King's Indian is maybe one of the richest openings of all of them. I was extremely lucky that I was introduced to King's Indians when I was a kid, because it actually gave me so many interesting, not only basically result-wise, but it just did show me how rich the positions may be from both sides. I mostly played it with black and was definitely enjoying it. The problem came when I started facing like absolute top players like Topalov, Gelfand, and so on, as they don't really give you much of space for creativity.
Nope.
So this is slightly different story. Of course, white has to calculate the consequences of b4, and also understands that black is kind of hoping for something like this to happen.
Yeah.
So let's see. On the other hand, I'm not sure what's white big choice here. If he doesn't go for this.
I think, like you said, black is already fine. Yeah, I hope we will see b4 by Ido. We can look at him in the camera. He seems to be struggling a bit. And when you're struggling and you don't like any of your options, at the end you probably just choose b4 because you say, okay, prove me that you have knight e4.
Yeah, but also black doesn't really have a choice there, and you don't really want to go knight a6. So it's kind of, if you take it from a logical point of view, what would black do after b4? Let's just go knight a6. Not really. So knight e4, you have to be sure with white that you are not risking too much, because after b4, really, knight c4 is going to happen.
Yeah, he has to calculate definitely, but I see him maybe not being the most comfortable as chess players sometimes are.
He's hesitating. Definitely, he is not entirely happy with what is going on. He's looking around.
Okay.
So let's go to board number 16. Surya Ganguly with black is facing another Turkish player, Arda Çamlar, and we see pretty symmetric stuff.
Wait, I feel like I've played this before. Wait, with the opening did that come from? Ah, yeah, at some point C4. Yeah, exactly. I played this before, actually, last game of European Women's Chess Championship, probably.
Grimfeld, more, or some kind of like transposition from Grimfeld or English defense. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sadly, it looks like white might be being a tempo up. Looks like okay, maybe some chances because one tempo, one pawn, you never know. But now black actually has no issues. Absolutely,
yeah,
no
rook
issues.
c2. Now white doesn't seem to be fighting too much for an advantage, but just keeps a symmetric position. A small update: I saw Ida Gorstein played d takes c6 instead of b4.
Okay.
Just a move, but that makes black quite happy because he can actually collect back to on c6 with a pawn or with a bishop even, and then the knight e6, knight d4 ideas also become quite possible here. So yeah, d6 is not a decision which white did happily, I think, but well, there was probably not so other options he could afford, so he decided to go for it.
Absolutely, and yeah, well, we discussed all 16 top games. There were some questions in the chat, and I told them, oh, you will have to wait for us to cover all 16 games to have the questions answered, and most of them were for Jordan's game, actually. So if we can move to that game to see first of all, the question was the a5 move. What was actually the idea behind it? Is it to play a4 in case of c3 with white? For example, if white doesn't go a4, if they go c3, would the idea with black to go a4 and try to get as much space on the queen side, or something else?
For viewers who are really interested in the background of a5, I would once more repeat that I would recommend Pavel Eljanov's opening course on Caro-Kann. I can disclose some ideas of this. Yes, indeed, it sounds logical that black does want to go a5, a4 at some point, and wait with the development of kingside, and probably even considering sometimes to castle long even afterwards, but in principle gaining space on queen side is one of the main ideas. The thing is that white's ideas here, it's extremely important to know white's ideas as well, or your opponent's ideas, because actually on white side, one of the key ideas of this line is a4, a5 for white, actually gaining space on this side of the board. So it's kind of let's say psychological, or well, maybe not purely psychological, but also factually, black's idea is to start first here, and a4 can be useful. If you remember, if you watched one of our previous streams, there was an idea with knight d2 b3 also. So by a5, black prevents or tries to prevent this knight d2 b3 idea, which is aimed against c5. So multifunctional move, definitely something which can be played. This is a playable move. I have to admit, to this position I had on the board with black some time ago against Croatian top grandmaster Brkic, and the game didn't.
Also in Austria?
No, it was an European Cup, actually, European Cup couple of years ago, and yeah, well, it didn't really end up successfully, but a5 is a logical idea and quite a good one.
And also, so very nice explanation. And also then there was a question after knight g3, so for white side.
Yes, so basically a little bit
ahead. Here, around here. Somebody said, okay, after knight g3 you do not have g4. Maybe it's better to play knight b3 and not knight f1. Aha, so that was before we actually played knight f1 was the question. But I don't know if, yes, so yeah, the question was, should we have played knight b3 instead of knight f1? But I don't think, would g4 be an idea in general for white? I don't really recall that.
Not exactly. Well, the thing is that, as we mentioned, by playing a5, Black, on the other hand, suggests that he's not really aiming for c5 so quickly anymore. So bringing the knight to b3, of course, makes sense, but maybe it's not so logical anymore to do this, because usually bringing the knight to b3 is against c5, and Black is rather concentrated on doing f6 here. So that's why maybe someone decided to bring his pieces closer to king's side rather than to go to b3. Knight b3 is definitely one of the ways to treat this position, but g4 I don't think it's so much, because anyway, first you would need to go h3, then g4, and still it's not any kind of a big threat. So for Black, it's not so scary to face this. And you can see that White in the game decided to go for something completely different, and we have an interesting maneuvering game. Then decided to prove my assumption a bit wrong by going c5, but of course the situation has changed, and White doesn't have a black squared bishop anymore, so c5 may be a little bit more effective than originally.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually definitely a very interesting position. I can't wait to come back to this one later. Just before we go on our first coffee break, I'm very excited about it. There was a question about Liang Wonder's position, a strategical question. In fact, I don't know which board. Is he playing 6 or something?
I will try to...
Yeah, he this one, yeah.
Yes.
And okay, he played h4, but instead of h4, there was a question, would White's plan be to play b4? And we have Dancing Mango on the screen as well by Etienne. This one is a learning mango, so we see a book in his hand. Okay. Very fun stuff. Thank you very much.
b4. I'm not completely sure about b4, because let's imagine we try to do something like this here. It gives Black a chance. First of all, by a5, a4, Black did everything to stop this b4 stuff. By allowing opening the a file, we give Black a free. Give Black Rook free ride, more or less. And secondly, we of course need to calculate the consequences of moves like Queen b6. And b4 is a bit of weakening the queen side, I would say a little bit unnecessarily at the moment, because actually, as I said when we checked this position, White's play is going to be aimed against an e7 pawn, and most likely also what Wonder did already show us, it's also with going for Black's king at some point. So h4 provoking h5. Well, unfortunately, there are no more rook d4, rook h4 ideas, but on the other hand, also g4 may become, in some future, when we prepare it well, may become an unpleasant problem for Black. In any case, I like White here. It's from my experience, these positions are more easy to play with White.
Okay. Definitely very interesting one. I like h4, but h5 is stopping our plan. How would you continue rook e3? G3 just slowly.
Just go G3, or maybe rook e3 I like as well. Yes, rook e3, rook e1 cannot be, but also the rook may
then I want rook G3, rook e6.
Something like this also, bishop d3 maybe even. Such a thing, probably just asking question. I don't. I mean, I would definitely pick White here, as I said.
Okay, that's actually, thank you for the questions. They're always appreciated. Some are being very active with all the questions, but like I said, there's 15-minute delay, and there's so many exciting games we cannot follow all the questions. But at least we try to answer some of them, and I think now it's time for our first coffee of the day. Sergei, do you agree?
I agree completely, and see you soon, guys.
See you soon.
We have Apar Saxena with us. Apar just drew his game against Grandmaster Max Warmerdam after more than 6 hour long battle. Apar, if you could tell us about the game.
I think like he was slightly better in general in the game. Like I was not prepared for the H5 idea he played in the opening, and I was worse the whole game. I thought I was losing, but like he had some positional pressure on me, but I somehow managed to liquidate it into an end game where he was again slightly better because I had double pawns and a weakness. He pushed for a very long time, and finally, because of time scramble, I was not sure what was happening. I think I was losing in the end, and maybe he could have, instead of playing King E6, could have done King D4. So I couldn't capture Z4 pawn, and the endgame wouldn't have arisen. But I guess after King E6 and after the double knights versus the pawn, it was just a draw.
Yeah, the double knight versus pawn is a draw. Everyone knows that. But when Max kept on playing, what was going through your mind at that time?
Oh, I mean, I know that, but the point is, if I get my king stuck on the H1 corner, I might lose because I'm losing there because his knight can come to G3 in 3 moves. So that's why I was trying to keep my king on the A1 corner, and even in the end, he had a nice trap. If I would have played king H7, king F7, and it's that mate after king H7, king F7, king H8, knight F4. If H7, there's knight G6, and if king H7, knight E6, king H8, knight F8, H7, knight G6 mate. So I had to play king G7, which I found, and yeah, I was not sure what he was playing for, but I guess that was the only try he had.
Well, Apar, you had a long day. I won't take any much of your time. Thank you very much for speaking with ChessBase India. I wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
The chess.com standings.
But those pictures. Those pictures.
Hey, no. There are too many strong players playing in this tournament. Welcome back to round number 5 of Trophy Dole, taking place in Pasino Grand Casino. So very, very nice playing hall, very nice hosting venue, playing above the casino actually. So some players, maybe after blundering some pieces, can vent out in the casino. For example, the game that we followed while we were on the break, Lea Garifulina, I think she will hit the casino after this game?
Hard to know. I'm not sure how the players' preferences are. I'm almost sure that her opponent will not go to the casino because he may not be eligible yet for gambling.
Correct.
So let's see what happened here. Well, some things escalated quite quickly. We left the game somewhere around here, where
exactly
white
here,
played
actually.
bishop d5, rook c8, a logical move, and queen d3.
Yep.
Which strikes me as a little bit less logical, but the idea of white is to bring the knight to d2 and probably to c4. Bishop f8. Black is preparing the third tier of black bishop to h6, knight d2, and knight d4. Well, logical for play from black. knight db3, cd3, and bishop d5. And here Garifuna did take quite a long thing to grasp the situations that actually she is forced to do c4 here. There's nothing better than this. Yeah, otherwise c2 is gonna fall. So c4 was played, b takes c3, take on c3 twice, and now it's black's decision what to do next. Knight e2 seems to be a very logical follow-up.
Absolutely, yeah, okay. Knight e2, and here, it's a bit easier when we check the engine, but c4 apparently being maybe one of the only responses here. Knight c3, king a1,
and bishop.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to take knight d1, or would you?
No, not really, because after cb5, black has an exchange up, but the b5 pawn is extremely strong, and with the support of the bishop on d5, may create problems to black. So I would believe that maybe moving the bishop could be an option here. But then rook c1 also, so maybe it's not so easy for black to either.
Exactly. Yeah, this is why apparently the engine evaluates this position. I'm sure we will see it on the board. Knight e2, Material Marco is thinking about playing knight e2. I'm sure there's some other ways to start, maybe bishop d3 also, who knows. But yes, here rook bishop d7, rook c1, and maybe not so clear.
But it seems to be black is doing better, but maybe not so significantly, and of course still lots of fight in front of us.
Okay.
There was one game which did seem that is heading towards an end, and it's board 16, where the symmetry wasn't disturbed by any of the players, and we would remind that here in this tournament we have a 30 moves no draw rule, so-called Sophia rules, so this is going to be, but here objectively the position is completely equal, so we are on move 24. I would expect players to make some more moves and maybe afterwards agreeing to a draw, because resources, I don't see actually any resources from any of the sides to play for a win. Yeah, so this would be the game which we would expect to finish as the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meanwhile, Marco has played knight e2, so we will definitely come back to this game later when Leia probably plays c4, or we will see. In the meantime, which game can we check? I like Jordan's game actually, because I see h4 on the board, because
let's go there.
H4s are always
H4s
interesting.
are the spice of the game. So we see that black's structure improved a bit, because some take on g6 definitely took place. And we left here after knight b8, after queen f8, and white decided to get rid of this annoying bishop on g6, even for the cost of improving black's structure, and queen f4, putting his queen to an active square, and h4 finally, bishop d8. So both sides say regroup. The position is fairly close still. Actually prefer white.
You would prefer white, yeah. Now, I mean, there was some regrouping, like you said, but yeah, this h4, I mean, I don't see exactly black's plan yet to be active anyhow. Maybe white has slightly better plans with h5, g4. What would you
think? G3, knight h2, knight g4, another option.
I like it.
Not necessarily the best one, but one of the options.
Yeah.
There's one detail, actually we saw it in yesterday's Samant's game, that he got into very serious time trouble. And he is heading there today as well, I feel. 30 minutes and move 23 only. So he is bit, but it seems that it's a pattern. So it's not something he did yesterday in his game. Well,
he's part of my club, and you know what? When you just start enjoying time trouble, the adrenaline of being low on time, you cannot help it. It's something that I want to avoid every game, yet every day. Every game, it happens again and again, and I definitely want to get rid of that disease. But somehow it's very hard. And yesterday, I just want to mention, he played Jobaba, like you said, and if he weren't in time trouble, I think he might have won the game even.
Yeah, so he definitely had a good chance to win the game. The problem is also that sometimes experienced player feels that you simply will not have enough time to deal with a complicated situation, and would probably go for a little bit more risky continuation. I have a feeling that Jobaba did exactly that yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
And it did pay off.
Correct.
So sometimes, of course, this can be a double-edged situation. In any case, here we are most likely going to see another time trouble by Samant.
Okay, that's definitely a game we'll come back to. And in the meantime, I found 2 games which are a bit confusing. One of them being Maxime Lagarde against Tobias Quela from Germany, board number 10, because what are these pieces? Rook a2, Rook f1? Has happened?
Let's take a look why this happened.
Yeah.
We left after knight e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes, rook e8. White retreated with the bishop to b2, queen e7, and rook a2. This is quite a typical maneuver for Reti, but this is how this happened. Queen a1.
Okay.
White decided to regroup like this. Black retreated his bishop to e7 to protect an f6 pawn, and a4.
Okay.
f5, and White found out that he doesn't really want to take on e4. And played d4, which, knight g4 and rook f1. So, quite frankly, white pieces do look like that the game started in slightly different starting position, like in freestyle chess, because the queen, when putting the queen on a1 and having a bishop on b2 and then having d4 doesn't entirely look logical, but on the other hand, we saw that d4 was one of the last White's moves. So he's gonna regroup. The position is closed, so it's not such a big deal. Maybe
really, you would not be afraid of h5 or h4. I mean, it's coming quite quickly. The engine also suggests maybe bishop g5, even threatening some sacrifices on e3 already.
Then I would go queen e1.
Yeah, you would have to go queen e1, exactly.
I agree that being also there is an idea of bishop a6 occasionally here. So guess that we can state that White's opening strategy is not looking so convincing at the moment.
Yep.
But still lots of play, of course, and Black has to come up with the right decisions here. But Black can be happy actually here.
Yeah, I would agree that Black is happy, and we can see Maxime Lagarde staring down his opponent, who is actually dancing.
Have some waving.
He's
seems like he has got rhythm, and can we expect the flow going like with h5, or what do you think?
So I think I expect h5 on the board, to be honest. I mean, there's this opportunity of playing either queen h5 or h5. Queen h5 doesn't do much because of h3, so I assume. Oh, okay, I was wrong.
Queen h5.
I was wrong.
Queen h5. So you see that. He's not listening to our commentaries that often, and no, in general. So otherwise, h5 would be
on the board.
h3 instantly. Now something like retreating knight to f6, I guess. It gives White a chance to go queen d1.
Yeah.
to change the
And
queens.
then we
yes.
maybe regroup. Okay, yeah, so maybe queen h5 not exactly the best way, but still, if somebody feels comfortable because of space right now at this moment, again, it's black, but somehow, again, this is like Caro-Kann position. We open with c4, with f3. Some things can change, yeah?
Yeah, some things did change probably after h3. Black realized that queen d1 is coming next, and we can see he stopped his dancing movement. So maybe the situation is getting serious. Shall we check on board one?
Yeah,
think,
let's check
or you
board
have,
number one, but
you have
after
something-
that game, yeah, then you will be very happy. Let's first check this one, and then I will
Now let's
show
go board
you
one. Let's go
amazing
to
stuff.
board one. So Bahadur Jobaba, I'm always up for amazing stuff, but I can't wait. Bahadur Jobaba with white against Pavel Eljanov. We did leave pretty early in the game because it was our first check of the day, and knight of c5 as expected. And c6, yes, there is a line. Yes, there is such a line where white doesn't want black to take on c5 comfortably, and comfortably so. It goes for c6 first, and then take on c4, retreating the bishop. Black, maybe surprisingly, goes for exchanging the bishops, and knight b4 tempo, and c5 quickly. So well, black structure is maybe not perfect. On the other hand, the activity is on their side.
Yeah.
And h3, rook d8, and knight d3 jumping, forcing white to exchange on d3.
Okay.
And rook takes d3. So black bishop is ready to get to b7.
Then I see some attacks on f3, g2.
And we see quite an unusual thing, which is not very often seen. Bahadur has time problems.
Oh my.
Or not yet quite, but we are on move 18 and he is only half an hour on his clock. So it's not a very common thing.
Yeah.
Maybe also he is a bit nervous.
Yeah, I feel like he looks a bit nervous compared to other games. I don't know, maybe he doesn't like his opponent. Maybe also he had a bad night's sleep. You never know what was the issue, or he just ran out of his favorite cigarettes. Yeah, it can also happen to chess players.
Oh, that would be probably the biggest problem in Bahadur's case. But
yeah, we don't know. But
yeah,
he looks like you said, given the time issues, he is usually the one 30 minutes up.
Sure, he's not very comfortable. You know, when of course when you are playing a strong player, you may not be exactly. You know, of course, both of them they have big respect towards each other. But sometimes you have opponents which you are not exactly comfortable to play against. As I said at the beginning, I'm not sure that for Bahadur, Pavel is one of them, because their score wouldn't suggest anything special, no big, big leads in the score. But maybe also the type of opposition is not what Bahadur did expect, and he doesn't want to end up worse straight after the opening. But at the moment, he needs to solve some direct problems. Maybe just going for rook d1 and trying to change as many pieces as possible.
And after rook d1, do you think you would just take or play c4 first?
Maybe c4 first is good.
And after queen c2, maybe bishop a6 even. No?
This line I kind of checked, and I would
knight e1 or knight e1.
I would rather go to
okay.
you know.
Save options.
Yes, I mean 91 is in my age. 91 is by far the most common move. Now, I think of course 95 should be considered as well, but I guess that there is not much room for activity of white at the moment.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, yes, that's but still, Bahadur is taking his time really, which is a bit surprising. And now let's get to the amazing stuff.
Let's get to the amazing stuff. I think you will be happy with Nils Grandelius' position actually. We left it quite some time ago, but I think it's
just a
on board
second.
number 9, next to
Number
Maxime,
9.
actually. We could see him.
Okay. So here, wow.
So, yeah, well, let's see what happens since we left it off. 95.
97. Black decided to get rid of this knight immediately, and white agreed. Castle, rook d8, and now we are in very typical position, really, for some openings which are not King's Indian at all. I have to say Scandinavian is definitely Scandinavian, and Alakan is also kind of
coming into something like this.
But
yeah, well,
black pieces are pretty bad.
Exactly, yeah.
A6, yeah.
And b6, bishop after c6, oof. And after rook d1, I feel like white's pieces are just flowing smoothly. And d5, you will see on the board, Nils maybe did, okay, not exactly listen to in a way to sacrifice stuff, but he's definitely being very active here.
Yes, I'm sure that, well, of course, with white, you want to put some pressure on your opponent. And he successfully does this.
What do you think about e5?
I think that's a move which black is not very happy to make.
Yeah, definitely. And after e takes this, d takes e6, queen takes e6, I think it's time to shake the board up with bishop takes b6, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess this is follow-up which looks logical. Queen takes c4.
And now what?
Queen d7?
Actually, that.
Should we go queen d7?
Let's go queen d7.
Just
let's double check.
But queen d7 looks like it can be quite a good one. Not retreating bishop from b6,
actually,
but instead just trying to hit some weak points of black's position.
And yeah. So far, I mean, how do you regroup if you take queen b6, queen b7,
maybe
rook
d8? Maybe, move rook d8 or b8, maybe. Can I survive here?
That's a very good question.
Because rook, the rook d8, there was some bishop e2 problem. I felt something.
Bishop
like
e2?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes you need to move backwards in order to gain something.
Wow, actually, it's a beautiful move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a move you have
maybe black can start with bishop takes c3. Can we do that? I'm not sure. Because, well, queen takes b7 is maybe faced by rook b8, right?
Okay.
I think that's and so if you start with bc3 and then a takes b6, queen takes b7, and now I get some breathing space. Now rook d8 is possible because bishop e2 is not anymore a problem. And on the other hand, queen b6 is still issue, but of course this requires very accurate calculation. And to go for this, Nils, I'm sure that he's quite happy with his position.
I think Queen d7 apparently not being the best move in the position.
After queen c4, yeah?
Yeah, because we both miss something, and that is rook e4. And the queen is trapped on c4. That is amazing stuff.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. We can see that white pieces control all the squares around this. So bishop b6 is basically winning.
It's plus 2.5 already.
Yeah, bishop takes b6 winning, and of course the key thing is to see rook e4.
Yes.
Which I'm not completely sure that Nils.
We'll see.
Does? No, I mean, because at the moment he is hesitating, shaking his head, like he couldn't believe that bishop b6 is not winning.
Correct. Yeah.
No, maybe it's just a last check, and because in such a situation you understand that this is a very important moment for the game, for the course of the game. So basically, you don't want to miss anything stupid. And just check.
Yeah, but imagine, Queen c4, rook he's
He's
almost
going,
ready.
I think that he's going for bishop takes b6.
I think so too. We should wait a bit for him. Apparently, second move is he's going for it. Yeah.
Bishop b6 is the board, and this is a decisive moment of the game, we believe.
The only move here, I think, is rook takes d1. Otherwise, we lose an exchange. So this we will see immediately, followed by immediate queen takes d1. And then I think black will go into thinking mode.
Yeah, we'll probably play something like queen f5 and try to play on, but the pawn is gone, and actually this b6 pawn is quite an important one.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, so far so good for Nils. He's, in case he does win this, which is looking very good right now, he would be making his way back to the stage. Okay, we'll see his opponent arriving back. He probably knows.
Well, slightly apologetic look from.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry for your loss on b6. But yes. Black is not sure he is aware of the
really?
problem at the moment.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll play rook d1.
I think so. Yeah. Or maybe he's gonna.
Maybe
first,
he understood already. Now we can stay here. He just took a
few seconds,
quick look at the camera. The thing, like, did you see this as well? He took my pawn. Come on.
Oh my god.
That is not what I expected from this tournament. People taking my pieces for free.
The audacity of Nils to go for her bishop b6, come on. Or maybe he's thinking also after queen c4, queen d7, I'm fine. What are you saying? Come on. But, I don't know.
Oh, truth is that it's a queen.
Rook e4, like, oh my god, that's crazy that the queen is trapped on c4. Out of all squares for a queen to be trapped on, that's not usually how it happens. But in the meantime, there's been also development in the game between Lea Garifulina and Marco Materia. We can stay maybe with the camera. Actually, rook d1. Yeah, okay.
D1, queen d1. Let's
first
wait. See if after queen d1,
if we're gonna see an immediate response.
No,
I doubt it.
No, I think that he is gonna.
Oh, okay. He almost wanted to play something.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you think no, there's no way you take... I think queen f6 you have to play or something.
f5 maybe, yeah.
Queen f5 also. I had to stop queen d7, correct. Queen f5 looks natural. Okay, maybe bishop...
Queen c4 looks very natural.
It really does
but it
look
unfortunately
natural.
for black loses on the spot. So queen f5 from practical point of view maybe the best chance to continue the game, but no. Oh, but there are also some other problems after queen f5.
Yeah.
I feel there may be also another trick.
Oh, really?
That maybe I need to calculate this. Sure. I wanted to go this actually, and it works.
Does it?
I think it works.
And after takes,
if you take, I just go very straightforwardly, yes, but queen d6, and I think
queen c5 doesn't work, of course.
Rook f8, yes. The same goes for rook a8. And in case you take on c3 first.
Yes, let's see that.
B takes c3, and the bishop is untouchable, because rook e8 now, king g7, that would not be such a big deal for black, because queen b1 mate is endgame. But there is a slightly better move order, and it's starting with queen d8 and queen d4, nice geometry, and the a7 rook is gone. So, white can probably take another one. Queen takes c4, yes. And let's see. Well, Nils is probably quick glance on his opponent.
Like, what do you mean?
Because I'm sure he sees rook e4.
Oh.
and he is ready to go rook e4, but he
Yeah,
just
you think-
needs, he just needs now. You want to demonstrate that you basically win on the spot, and but of course he is a player with good discipline, who will recheck if he is not made, because there is no point of rushing any decision at this moment, because you know that the move you are making is winning.
Yeah.
So you can really invest a minute in making a move which is gonna almost end the game. So even if you are completely sure, I can see that rook e4 is gonna happen, because
Should,
is sure.
yeah, you sure?
Okay,
And
yeah.
do you think when he plays rook e4, should we get him if he wants to come into the studio?
Oh, of course, yeah. I think that we can.
If he plays rook e4.
If you play well, you know how it finished yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
Again, I don't want to jinx anything. I said in case.
Yeah, no,
He
but
plays it,
but
yeah.
we did hope for Pavel to join, because we felt that he's
Yes.
going to be winning. But it ended in a way that it was the longest game of the day, and so I wouldn't expect this to happen here.
No.
But yes, we can, of course. Also, after rook e4, I don't believe the game
It's
is
over.
gonna
No.
end immediately, because at least black is gonna check his options if he can give up this queen somehow acceptably.
nicely.
But
But I think you have to take on e4, right?
yeah,
To
but
take
there
on-
is a problem also that after queen takes e4,
Yeah.
knight takes e4, a b6, queen d7.
Yes,
I
exactly.
think
yeah.
it's just completely over.
I think so. I
Yes.
mean, no doubt. I don't doubt it. Yeah, at all.
So of course we can try to in case that the game finishes really so quickly, so we can this is
I mean,
going to be
yeah.
definitely our first candidate to to invite
get into
Nils
the
to studio. I think we can hope for that.
But yeah, but I want to stay here. I really want to see him play this move. You know, or that would that mean jinxing it? Should we leave him alone?
No, I think that rook e4 is coming, and there is nothing which can stop.
Yeah. Because
Not-
I don't know. Yeah, of course. Once you come to this position, you do
No,
consider.
he's ready. He's ready. Believe
You
me.
think he's ready?
Believe me, yes.
Yeah, he's already.
Yeah, it's just checking.
Double checking. Yeah, I would also be triple, double, or triple checking, but I don't think he has any. Black has any good responses. Let me just check. He doesn't want to play it. Yeah?
No, it does, but of course, but
Oh my.
this is there is nothing Black can do, I guess. No, like absolutely nothing.
Apparently, if in case of rook e4, Engine would even say that queen takes a2 is as strong queen takes as queen takes e4.
All right, rook e4 is on the
Oh,
board,
yeah,
and this is a unpleasant surprise for Abdisalimov, because he definitely missed the idea completely. Because would he have seen rook e4, then he wouldn't take on c4. Yeah, and we can see an expression of disbelief, saying, "How could I miss this?" And and basically at such a moment you understand that it's over.
Yeah, I think he's going to be kicking himself, maybe thinking, okay, is there a way for me to play queen e4? But I think even I wouldn't put it past him to resign already here.
Well, I think queen e4, knight e4, a b6 is gonna still happen, and after queen d7, probably then
Then you
just-
would resign.
not that I'm a great specialist in this discipline, never wanted to become one, but
Yes.
this is as we put it, it's a good time to.
And Nils hiding his face. Do you think he's like, oh, I'm so sorry? He's Nils is a very nice guy. So
Yeah, of course, but I don't think that to that extent that,
Okay.
that he's sorry for winning a game, but can confirm that of course it's the fair fight, and he didn't do anything wrong, and of
Yeah.
course Yeah, I think that now there is a moment when Black is just meditating a bit about what has gone wrong, apart from missing rook f4, rook e4. Yes, this is just not a very difficult tactics, true, but we also didn't see it at first, and yeah, I guess that this is more or less end of the story for Black. All right, we probably should move on. We will wait, of course, if you promise to try to get Nils, if the game indeed will end in the way how we expected. Yes,
very closely. But yes, I think we can move on to maybe Aydin Süleymanli, because I think his position from this confusing queen b3, queen b6 has moved to some advantage for white. I would dare to say that far.
Okay,
Not
so let's see. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and this I know what does look like to this. You know?
What does it look
Guess
like?
what? You tell me. What do you think? What does this look like?
Actually,
opening wise.
Yeah. No.
Caro?
Caro?
Panov? Caro with c5?
You
take on c4. Quickly.
Yes.
Take on c4 to avoid these problems. Yeah. Okay. So there is a line in Panov Caro-Kann where white tries to gain space on queen side by pushing c5 quickly. Of course, the game started completely differently from this, but we can see that Black is trying hard to undermine as a c5 pawn because it's very annoying.
Mm-hmm. And here white has, it looks Black has equalized, Black has no issues at the first glance, but here there is one extremely challenging move from white.
This is one of the ideas, which is
could
typical.
Be, but maybe bishop a4 here would have solved
a4.
Sorry. Here c4 actually by white.
This is very direct.
Very direct, and this is causing a lot of issues for Black, at least engine-wise. I haven't had time to calculate much yet, but apparently this is +1.
Wow, that's quite a lot, of course, yes. And Black did spend a lot of time, so he's under half an hour already on his clock.
And I don't know how you respond to c4, actually. It's, you can play a6, but again, you lose b6.
Yeah, it doesn't really look. Well, the problem for Black is most likely this, and queen takes d5, and this falls apart after queen b5. It's maybe not so easily falling apart. Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Queen d7.
I think so. Yeah. But don't you have knight d4 here?
Yeah, that's actually my idea.
So again, after thinking, let's see if there's something else.
Maybe here.
Maybe. Again, something like bishop d2 could be possible, but I don't know, But actually, definitely a possibility. No, bishop d2.
But maybe you take on
just on e4.
13 rook b1 doesn't really look like a right way.
It's hard to be an engine, huh?
Never wanted.
Never wanted. How about taking on e4 and some knight g5?
Knight g5.
Knight g5, just knight g5.
But I wanted
so
to
simple.
take. Can I take with a knight here?
I guess.
Getting ready for your knight g5.
Yeah.
And then it would be just equal.
Then it would be equal.
Wait a sec, we are missing something.
I'm sure so.
Easy. Most likely. Because, +1 is quite a serious advantage. So after bc5, there should be something which is not easily visible, at least for us.
I think this is natural, and here we could just take on c5 maybe and say that d5 will be always hanging,
Yes, that sounds like easily visible, and maybe, just.
And I will double check it actually because I'm not sure.
Take.
I'm gonna check with the help of an engine here. Of course, c4 you have a lot of calculations to do, but yes, c, d, e, d, and just d takes c5. It is indeed that simple. +1, easy +1.
like an easy +1, but maybe not for us without engines,
yeah.
not even for Manley, a 2600 player.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see if he finds this. But yeah, c4 looks like a good idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now it's your turn to pick a position.
Okay, I have immediately a
Oh,
position which you like.
H4.
Yes, H4. We know what could be interesting for you. So we can quickly go through what was happening in this game after bishop e2, bishop b7, castle queen d6. Quite a typical idea, actually. It looks a little strange, maybe, but I'm curious how did that happen that after queen d6 the queens are still on the board in the final position, or at least at the position we see.
Funny, yeah?
Queen d3. White played a psychological move, which is like, okay, if you want to exchange the queens, it will be on my terms. So knight f6, rook d1, and queen c7. I guess that black didn't expect this turnaround, and after some exchanges, we have a position where white could launch an aggressive move, which is not threatening much at the first sight, but the idea is just to push it to h5 and to secure some space, plus create some attacking possibilities. I think black's position is quite unpleasant because at the moment he cannot really free himself with playing like f6 or something, or d6 is not really even decently possible. But we can quickly check on Suleymanli because he did play c4, because I saw him on the camera walking happily. So he seems to have found the right way how to proceed, and c4 is on the board. So let's look for other h4s here. There is no h4.
There's no h4.
I'm
But
very
there's
sorry.
knight on g4.
Knight on g4.
Game between Seaman and Malek. I think it's board number 4, which is close enough to g5.
Oh, but this we actually were very curious from the beginning, because the game started knight takes d5, so a theoretical novelty, according at least to our limited database, because ed5 was featured in the game, the only game which was played in this position. a4 should be for check, tactical motive, because c3, knight takes c3 wouldn't be recommended here. So bishop d2, bishop c5, and queen h5 was faced by f5.
Hello there.
Knight c6, knight 6, and black does show his aggressive approach to the position, e5, and if white has to go knight a5 here, then he was right. We can show what would happen if white would take on e5, maybe bishop takes f2 immediately, and gaining an exchange. Also knight g4 does look quite good here.
Yep.
So knight ca5, trying to disturb the knight on c6, and black did play knight g4, attacking the f2 pawn, forcing white to make not a very popular decision to go rook f1 back from e1. But at the moment it seems that white at least solved some direct threats, but I like black's position.
Okay, yeah.
Should be very good for black.
It is indeed. I mean, your evaluations of the positions are extremely good. It is in fact minus almost 1.5. You could decide to play e4 here.
e4 does look like a logical follow-up. Bishop c4, king h8. Yes, maybe knight takes c6, bc6. And we see there is end of the game.
No, they have to prove there was 3 times repetition, because they drew before move 30, and look at the arbiter. Now the player who will claim the draw has to prove that there was 3 times repetition.
Okay.
So let's see that.
didn't think that it's necessarily done on online boards, but I am mistaken. I always thought that it's possible just to claim a draw, and the arbiter would check
Himself on the live board? Maybe there was a mistake. There was
yes,
not
there was a
time
mistake. Yeah,
repetition.
it seems that there was a mistake. Let's check, but
Let's do check that. Because I saw them having a draw, and
all right. I think that I know what happened.
Yes, show us.
I think that there is no threefold, but there was a draw for, most likely from black side, but they couldn't really. I mean, they maybe didn't know that they are not supposed to make a draw before move 30, and the arbiters. That's why the arbiter did look a little bit more strict than I would expect to,
now both players being
bit
slightly
confusing.
embarrassed.
Yeah, of course, it's a bit confusing. There is no direct punishment for this, of course, but they probably got the warning.
Yep.
And a reminder, guys, you always need to read the rules of the competition. It's important because then you wouldn't be confused in such situations. On the other hand, sometimes it's there are so many different rules. Each competition has something else. There are no draw rules. Move 30. In German Bundesliga, for instance, there are no draw rules till move 20. So maybe that.
Sometimes it's 40. Sometimes you have to check the dress code before you play the tournament. Otherwise, they kick you out. Yes, that can happen. There are some specific rules to specific countries, to specific organizations. If organizers said that you have to have a banana on the board, you would have to have a banana on the board. It's as
luckily,
simple.
luckily, it's only us who are promoting this idea at the moment. But in any case, it seems that there was a confusion, and both players are quite young, and it's excusable that they may have not been aware of the. And there is a banana on the board. Yes, literally a banana on the board. It's. Is it similar to elephant in the room, or? The expression is banana on the board may become our specialty here. In any case, apart from the mistake, which most likely a mistake made by both players, actually the position itself is not very interesting. It seems like a classical Carlsbad structure. Maybe one of the reasons why also both players didn't want to take risks, but sorry guys, we will have to make 10 more moves at least, and then you see what happens.
Or if they find somehow 3-time repetition. Now there is a threat of bishop takes h3, so white would need to decide how to go for it. King h1, king h2.
Yeah, but it's not like the draw offer is necessarily valid for another 10 moves, or maybe the situation may change.
Not finish in a draw at all.
Yeah, sure, of course. But it's of course a curiosity which it's not happening every day, but it was good that on the other hand I praise arbiter team at this point, because I have seen cases when this wasn't treated quickly and immediately, so basically the players happily would leave the playing hall, and then they would find out that actually they were not allowed to make a draw, and it's much more complicated after this. So let's see if there were some games where nobody wanted to offer a draw. And
I'm also trying to find out. Of course, at some point we will return to board number 1, board number 2. But before we do that, I am very, very curious about 2 games. One is Lumia Oji against Kasper Pirun. I think that position is extremely interesting. And also one next to them, Brandon Jacobson against Said Akbar Saidalio.
We left the guys somewhere after the opening. C4, C5 looked very promising. Knight B5. White decided to do
Oh.
something even more interesting here.
I thought about this, but I was like, there's no way you can play this with white pieces. Just seems wrong,
Luckily, Lumaji didn't have this feeling, and luckily we will see.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Of course,
Yeah.
CB5. The structure of white is not that impressive, but also she had to get rid of her black squared bishop. Yeah, black definitely would be quite happy with the outcome of the opening, because not only he at least equalized comfortably. I would say that black should be better already. And Lumiaji has only 20 minutes on her clock after move 13. So definitely not what you want for your every game. She's already kind of trying time trouble and also have many problems to solve. Meanwhile, we can see that Nils Grandelius' game is still going on. There is some queen up situation, but
exactly what you said will happen. So he took the rook, and now the queen is on d7. Just waiting at this point to play maybe one more move and then resign, or this is maybe already the moment to resign. But Nils is not at the board; he has to do it.
Knight d6 is coming. Yeah, actually,
exactly how you said it.
Yeah, that's perhaps definite end of the game for black.
We're following Nils now around the playing hall.
Yes.
He's comfortable.
Yes, he's definitely very comfortable. I would be too, having his position. So he's just waiting his opponent to understand that.
No, he understands. I don't think he wants to be there anymore either. His opponent. And I'm pretty sure if Nils came back at the board right now, that he would just offer a hand. Maybe some players, what would they do? They just sign,
and leave.
Put the kings and leave, yeah?
Yeah, but it depends. I'm always against this because you need to exactly. I think that he did resign. No, he played rook b8. He played rook b8.
And I think after knight d6 we will see a resignation, and we will see, of course. But Nils definitely feels comfortable right now looking at other games, so he might take a minute to come back to this one. But I would actually do like to stay with the camera on that board, because we will see the resignation, while maybe as a position-wise, we move on to Brandon Jacobson game.
Exactly. So let's see what happens there, because we left when
perfect angle.
White had a strong attack or strong initiative after taking on f5 with a queen even, and the queen went back to f2, f5, knight d2, queen a5, knight c1. A different route, but same place. To d3
perfect
is going, and queen takes a2. Well, black has decided, if I'm gonna suffer, let it be at least for a pawn. On the other hand, f4 was probably black's idea.
Okay. Some tricks still in the game.
So a pawn sacrifice from white side, knight d3, and knight probably wants to go to c5 in this.
Exactly.
And
Nils is coming back. Let's see if we see resignation immediately or after knight d6.
He first
first you have to play
knight d6. Yes, I guess.
That would be quite normal. Okay. Nils will take a few seconds just to double check. He is this type of player. I am too. I have to double check. I'm sorry. It's in my nature.
I think that's there is no need to rush a decision here, but knight d6 looks so vivid that actually there's not much, and we see the knight heading for d6 square,
and I think that or do you think knight c5 will be on the board? No reason.
Takes f7.
And then knight queen c7.
And
correct.
We see a handshake. Well done by Nils. So we probably will go for a quick break now and try to get
Nils
a hero's day at the
moment.
Nils Grandelius of Sweden. So stay tuned, and we hope
we
to
can
deliver.
Get him. Yeah. No promises, but see you soon.
At Dole, we take great pride in our variety of ideas, fruit, and flavor. Behind our leading banana and pineapple products, our fruit line includes other tropical gems, such as mangoes and dragon fruits. Dragon fruits, also known as pitaya, are deliciously low in calories and high in vitamin C and fiber. Our diverse selection of mangoes is available year-round from different farms around the world. Rich in vitamin C, mangoes support your skin's collagen supply. Check for ripeness with a light squeeze and refrigerate peeled, cut mangoes for up to 5 days.
Hello everyone, and I would like to welcome Nils Grandelius of Malmö, Sweden, in our studio because Nils had the quickest win of the day today. Welcome to studio, Nils.
Thank you.
First, before we get to the games, I guess that we ask Nils a couple of questions not connected to today's game. Also, it's a nice part, of course. We know that you are not the first time here. It's your second year.
Yeah.
Not mistaken. How do you feel in Aix-en-Provence in principle?
I'm enjoying it a lot. I think this year is also better than last year for many reasons. Last year I had some issues getting here, so I missed the first round. But also it was quite a lot hotter. It was incredibly hot, so I was suffering a little bit because I'm from the north. But whereas this year it's like perfect weather and city is very nice and I'm definitely enjoying. Also this year I brought my girlfriend, so that's also another big plus.
Started with this. You are not supposed to start with
the best for last. So that's
she
a
may
big
be
plus.
listening afterwards.
So yeah, now I'm enjoying. I'm very happy to be here.
It's great because, we mentioned this. I remember that last year it was a bit messy, the start of the tournament for you that had to miss the first round, also your suitcase. So now everything is much better, and it feels like, I'm sorry, yesterday, I disclosed a bit from our short conversation from yesterday when I kind of complained a bit that your games on online boards were not what would be expected, and you delivered immediately. So maybe I should do this more often.
You should tell me every day to complain. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your today's game.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just. It's nice to be white, first of all, because my two black games, my opponents have played very solid. We have gotten some ending, where, in fact, I think I even ended up in some slight trouble in both games. But in general, the more important thing for me was that I did not get any winning chances, so it's a bit depressing. So, but with white, so far, things are going quite well. So I decided to start with c4, and I expected my opponent to play something with c5, because that's what he usually does. And I also had one game like this in my previous round, but it was not on live board, so my opponent was not able to prepare for it. But he played g6, and after this strange move order, e4, bishop g7, we entered the King's Indian, one of the main lines, which I have not really played that much with white. So, but I have played this system with bishop e2, bishop e3 a couple of times. What is the name? Actually, I forgot.
I'm not sure if this has a name. I know
Because
bishop g5, bishop g5, but I'm not sure that this has...
with knight on f3, it's Gligerich system, I know. But with knight still...
is,
Auerbach.
So basically, with bishop e3, not sure.
Because it's quite modern, like the idea nowadays after e5, d5 to play quick h4, h5 or g4 and...
As everywhere else.
Exactly. So it's a little bit fresh. But my opponent played knight a6. Now I know it's still possible to play h4, but without having this blocked center, I was not so sure, so I decided to go back to the other lines. Now, of course, I expected e5, and we have a normal King's Indian, where I either have to open the center or block. But my opponent made this move queen e8, which, to be honest, I have never seen before. You used to play this line back in the day, I remember, but not...
I would do e5.
You went out to play it. So I thought, after queen e8, I spent some time and I decided to not allow e5 again and play e5 myself. So I think it's probably not that great, but at least the position gets open and we don't get this typical King's Indian style position.
We are happy with. We had actually a very similar way of explaining why e5 happened, because we said that we occasionally check a little bit with engine, and e5 actually, exactly as you said, that maybe is not the best move in the position, but psychologically it's a strong one because you change the structure a bit and actually not allow typical King's Indian play.
Exactly. Like what I want now is to have, the advantage will not be very big, if at all, but it will be a very solid one, and there will be no, I will not be mated, that's for sure. But I have no idea. I was, of course, a little bit worried that it might be some theory, and for some reason that it didn't work. But
it doesn't look like theory.
Yeah. Like something like knight g4, maybe bishop f4, some c5, and I'm collapsing. Yeah, I was a bit worried. But here, luckily, I can take here, and after c takes d4, I have this intermediate move. Because otherwise e5 is coming next. I'm probably lost. So, but yeah, I couldn't see. And if he has to take, then in this structure the knight is misplayed. I will be able to kick it with h3. That's the problem with the knight on a6. He wants to play knight c6. So he actually did what I expect. I was also considering knight d7 immediately. I was not too sure about the difference here. Probably I was going to take to keep it open.
Yes, and interestingly, you would transpose, actually also in the game, you would transpose to something completely different than King's Indian. This
was the Alekhine, yeah.
Alekhine, or maybe, this is kind of Alekhine. What you played looked like Scandinavian, actually.
Exactly, yeah. Like if he, already here, it looks very much like Scandinavian.
Yes.
And I have no idea who is ahead in this comparison.
No, but it's, with the knight on a6, it's...
The knight is bad on a6, that's for sure. So I thought, the only way would be some sort of trick like this if it works. I don't know. Because now if d5, he can probably take. Queen takes d5, knight b4, and c2 is hanging. e5 is hanging. But also it's not so clear if I just take the pawn what is.
Yeah.
Something like this I was thinking, but...
this doesn't look like
it doesn't look.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6 is one move. I was thinking even just go back and I castle next move, and even if he wins back a pawn, I will be better. So yeah, but he played knight d7, which I thought was reasonable. He took with the queen, which I also expected. Short castle, but now I think he made a big mistake. Here I was really expecting him to play e5, and. Well, if I take, it's quite dry. Maybe I can hope. I have some c5. I was actually thinking maybe this, and if he plays c6, which looks normal, maybe I can come switch the queen over and
knight e4 quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
And knight on a6.
Yeah, knight e6. Yeah. So it's a solid, very small advantage probably, but it's solid. I could also play d5, but then the knight makes more sense. f5 and f4, knight c5. Even this, I have a feeling, could be quite good for me, but I'm not sure. I have a feeling I might have taken an e5 in the game. But he made this move rook d8, which I think is just a mistake, because I simply moved the queen, and it turns out he anyway cannot take on d4. And then there is simply no point with the rook on d8. Now, as soon as I get rook a d1, I simply have full control, and his pieces are...
bad Scandinavian.
Very bad Scandinavian. I thought here I'm massively better, actually.
Could be. Well, it did really look like this, and what he did actually didn't really improve the position.
Yeah, he made sort of logical and somewhat optimistic moves, but they don't work, basically. So he has to go something very depressing, maybe c6, knight c7. Complete passive, but he will be a lot worse. I was not sure how to fight even with black.
But also actually what you won the opening battle definitely. And it's clear that for black it had to be extremely accurate in order not to get in trouble quickly, which didn't materialize.
Exactly. And also it's like the way I'm putting him in trouble is like rook a1, rook f1, h3, bishop f3.
The most sophisticated.
Exactly. I don't need to actually think.
Invent stuff.
The head is not involved. Only the hand is necessary here. So he played b6, bishop f3, and now, if he moves the rook to get bishop b7, I will anyway just play d5 once bishop. Something like this, and not so clear how this bishop is doing. And also a7 is hanging, knight b5.
Yeah, knight is a horrible.
Yeah, and you cannot really at the very least, I will be able to take it or push b4. It just looks very bad. Yeah. So c6. Okay, rook a1, bishop b7, and I decided it was time to break in the center. Because next move, otherwise he goes knight c7 and some small stability. Yeah. So it's logical because also it's hanging everywhere. Like
maybe c5.
Maybe c5 is the best move. Yeah, but it's not so. Like I was probably going to go here. And I wasn't sure what to play because...
Yeah, well, it looks pretty sad anyway.
Knight
Knight c7 is always... d6 has to be considered.
Yeah, maybe something like... But it looks so bad.
Bishop g5 maybe even now.
Yeah, bishop g5 is very good.
And
I mean, even, if I play a move like h4, I think he's in...
Bishop takes c5?
Bishop, it's even hanging.
I did like this, yes.
I didn't
maybe this is a relief for black.
Probably, but I should probably have seen. No, I mean it's there, but it's probably the only chance because, well, he moved, and now after queen rook f1, I simply don't. What move to play? Because bishop g5 now is also a big threat.
Yeah,
it's.
Yeah, this is
something like this. You cannot really.
No, it's very difficult.
So he went for some forcing attempt with e5, but it doesn't work. So I just take. I take on b6.
A technical question for you: did you see rook e4 quickly or immediately, or after?
Yeah, when he played e5, I saw it quite quickly. Yeah. But actually, I thought I didn't see it immediately because I did spend because the game went like this takes on d1. I have to take with the queen, and now c4 is hanging. I did spend maybe like 2 minutes on queen d7.
That makes me happy because we analyzed this line as well and didn't see rook e4.
Exactly. And here I was not sure. Like maybe I'm also winning, or I will pawn up, but it's not so easy.
Bishop takes c3 is yes.
I was
to start as
something like this.
Maybe 6, queen b7,
maybe
b8, yes,
or even somewhere.
B8,
yeah. And okay, I will be pawn up, but it's not. I want much more than this. So I spent a little bit because also it feels like there could be a win here. And then I just took a little bit, a step back and realized actually the queen is simply trapped on c4. Sorry, it's slightly unusual theme.
Exactly. This is exactly what we stated. Also, that it's not the most common square where the queen gets trapped.
But I remember trapping.
In King's Indian, this happens, no? In G3 King's Indian, sometimes the queen gets trapped on c4 as well.
Also happens, yeah. But I think also in some Italian ones, I trapped Erdos queen in some European championships.
On c4? Wow.
No, it was probably on f4 or something, but it was rook e4, I remember, and the queen was trapped in the middle of the board.
This is experience. You see that, you trap opponent's queens, often enough, you can have a habit of this, and then sometimes you can use it.
And he's also a little bit on, because sometimes when you give the queen and you get rook and bishop, you have some drawing chances or some.
His knight is.
Yeah, exactly. Like if the knight was, on e5, it would be.
That would be still
close. Close to a draw, even maybe. Hard to say. But now the problem is that it's simply by force. What did he play?
Rook b8 and knight d6. Yeah.
And he just resigned. Yeah.
Yes. Well, actually, it's the only thing because we have to admit that we had a plan to invite you. At the moment, we saw rook e4 and so we were following your game closely. And then he kind of after. I think that after queen c4, rook e4, the game is more or less.
It wouldn't be so strange to resign here, actually.
Yeah, we expected actually not queen c4, but some queen move like queen f5 or.
Yeah, here, he has to try something. Yeah, but it's pawn down in very bad position. That's.
I know what we saw, but maybe you can take another one on a7.
Maybe like
this. Enjoy the line.
That's nice also because also he doesn't even have any checks. Yeah. So
this is rook e8, queen d6.
Yeah, it looks completely mate. Yeah.
Yes, and you cannot do anything. But bishop c3 is a different line.
Bishop takes c3 here. Yeah?
Yes, bc3, rook a7.
Then
rook e8, king g7 is a bit inaccurate.
Yeah, because queen d4 I can win the rook, but then I get mated. Yeah.
Yeah, but queen d8 is maybe a little better.
It's easier. That's very simple. Yeah, and check, and I pick up. I didn't see actually.
Oh, maybe you don't have to calculate bishop takes a7, but we looked at. I didn't check whether this was engine or whatsoever, but just so that the bishop a7 is possible, and maybe even not necessary, of course.
Yeah, like even if I move, it should be completely open. Because his pieces are as bad as before. He has lost the pawn. Yeah,
lost the pawn.
Some queen b3 is also a big threat probably, or even just knight e4 to d6.
This is a position which you really actually maybe queen c4 is a good move because it kind of finishes the game much quicker, and this is
no need to suffer. So. But it's a nice theme, this trapping the queen in the center of the board.
So definitely something which is to remember, and for our viewers, definitely a good lesson also, that you have to be careful where you move your pieces. And there are two things about this game, at least. That knight a6, you really need to get rid of this knight or bring him to the game as quick as possible. And maybe if you play King's Indian,
should maybe know your lines.
Go e5.
That's a good. That's a good rule of thumb.
You have to take care of your queens, because it may end up way like it is. In any case, I guess a nice game for you. Nice, quick, and
always nice with some faster game. Actually,
of course, save some energy, so you have a little bit more time to take a look at more in the city, or basically to do whatever you like to, because generally, of course, during such a tournament, energy may be very crucial.
It makes a big difference to play 2 hours instead of 5, for sure.
I agree, and definitely it's a good step towards the stage.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow.
Very close. You were very close already today, just next to the steps, but not quite there. So we hope to see more of you in the next rounds, and we hope that this year is going to be much more pleasant.
It's already much more pleasant. That's for sure.
We do hope that it will remain like this, and you will enjoy your time on and off the board.
Thank you.
And we thank you very much for coming, Nils. And hope to have maybe one or two more times.
Let's hope.
And good luck.
Thank you.
And we will be back after the next break, because we now let Nils go, because he did a good job. So I think that he needs to have some rest now. Thank you, and see you soon.
At Dole, we take great pride in our variety of ideas, fruit, and flavor. Behind our leading banana and pineapple products, our fruit line includes other tropical gems, such as mangoes and dragon fruits. Dragon fruits, also known as pitaya, are deliciously low in calories and high in vitamin C and fiber. Our diverse selection of mangoes is available year-round from different farms around the world. Rich in vitamin C, mangoes support your skin's collagen supply. Check for ripeness with a light squeeze and refrigerate peeled, cut mangoes for up to 5 days.
And we are back after great analysis by Nils. We thank him for joining us again and giving interesting insights about the game. But in the meantime, some things have sped up on board number 1, 2, 3, 4. As I can see, Badr Jobaba, it's moved 27 and he's out 4 minutes.
Yeah, very unusual, as we stated at some point. He really took his time today. Either the position he picked was not so comfortable as he expected it to be, or maybe the way Pavel Eljanov did treat the position was somehow surprising for him. In any case, he doesn't feel so comfortable. I mean, 4 minutes, 21 seconds, and still a long way till the time control, and position is far from clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's even before when the knight was on d3. No, rook was the 3, sorry.
Yeah.
I think that's where we left it off. We kind of said black can do quite comfortably when bishop comes to b7, and that's exactly what happened. I think knight e5, rook d2. Let's see. Yes, then this knight g4 apparently after rook b8, h3, queen c7, and knight g4 apparently not being the most precise way to continue the game. Just because of bishop c6 having a threat to move the knight, that's why queen a2.
Yeah, no.
I think queen a4, knight a4 was a big threat. And okay, queen f4, again, not the most precise move by Pavel. Apparently b4 here is very strong. Instead of g3, but instead of queen f4, apparently knight a4
white.
still, yeah. Sorry, knight a4 still is apparently very strong, almost -1.
Wow,
Very
interesting. Yes. It's strange to see, but on the other hand, the queen on a2 is another really good one.
Yeah, no, definitely not the queen you wanna have, but okay, queen f4 followed by g3, very logical. Queen g5, looking still to the king, and after knight e3, again, apparently engine says knight a4.
Still the same idea.
Because of the weak squares.
The truth is that white had to weaken his king side a bit, and once the bishop will manage to work through the diagonal, it may become very crucial, and black attack may unfold very unpleasantly for Badr Jobaba. So yes, knight a4 seems to be a decision which
does it look natural to you? Maybe not exactly yet.
The truth is that if not knight a4, then black has to come up with something else, and I don't see something else. I mean, apart from moves like queen e5, which would lead to a repetition maybe after knight g4.
Correct. Then maybe you have to go queen c7 as well.
So, which I don't think that Pavel would be okay with the repetition quite yet here. He understands that his position is promising, and
it definitely is a promising position. He feels it with the experience he has. But yeah, to find knight a4 and to realize that that is good enough for the advantage, will take some time, right?
Sure. Well, he has a comfortable lead on the clock. Also, one of the things maybe which can play well is that we all know Badr and his flashy, interesting style. But this is exactly a position where your skills, they would kind of be less significant, because there's not much to calculate. It's much more about an experience in such a position, or positional understanding, which I wouldn't say that Badur is lacking any of this, but still I would say that Pavel is a little, well, experience-wise and probably also in positional play, I would probably pick Pavel over Badur. In some messy situations, maybe it would be the other way around. And plus, objectively, the position is kind of well, definitely it's Black who is pushing for an advantage, and yeah, well, if he finds knight a4, it may be very unpleasant for a Georgian player to survive this, especially with being so low on time.
Yeah, absolutely. We will definitely come back to this game. This is, I mean, one of the top games of today. I was very excited to follow it, but I think we have to look at Jorden Van Foreest versus Samant Adita. I think they already passed move 40, but there's a piece missing for the white player, and just want to address that situation.
That's interesting because yesterday actually he also was a piece down against Jobaba. Very similar. Well, not the position, but actually they have exactly the same pieces like yesterday. He has a queen and a knight against queen, knight, and the bishop. Of course, pawn structure is different. We can quickly go through what happened, because we left this game in a fairly balanced position. Even I would say that white is slightly better here. Rook at c1, I'm not completely sure about this. Wanted to go g3 and like that. Queen b4, an active move. And at some point, yeah, white decided to go for complications.
Exactly, and I want to just check how much time he had when he played c4, because he had he had 15 minutes, so he spent I think 7 minutes to play c4, and then on the next move he was already on 1 minute.
Oh, so it did take some time here. He did try to calculate the consequences of the sacrifice.
I mean, it is
2 pawns.
very
Pawn,
interesting.
2 pawns.
Yeah, the issue is e takes d5 here was not as strong, I think because of e6 might have been a better response, but rook d5, very important move. And now, yeah, knight d4, still threats happening, and I think we take something on e6 now, or not yet. First king h2.
King h2 and bishop e6.
Now, yeah.
And rook c5, but I think you did calculate
here,
this.
if we stop here, they didn't have this move 39. What happens after queen takes g7, knight e6? What is this endgame is the question, huh?
Yeah, well, it's a tricky endgame, which you not really want to go for, because pawns start running.
Well, yeah, they do run knight a4 though. I go back knight c4, knight c5. And, okay, don't know
Not sure how quickly
fast,
they are.
how fast are you? F4, f5 also. I will try to go much.
Try to restrict f5 and because I
and
want to run with a pawn, but
absolutely,
very difficult to
difficult
assess.
evaluate.
So for white, definitely with seconds on the clock, he did feel that more practical from his point of view would be taking on e6 and then putting the knight on f5. But then the problem is that if black gets one more temper, bringing the knight to c6, I think the game would be over. And now it's up to white to come up with some idea, or try to come up with some idea how to prevent this, or how to create some threats.
Yeah, I think.
Frankly, I don't see how to proceed with black. It was white,
With
sorry.
white?
With white,
Okay,
yes, it was with white, sorry.
No, absolutely. This is why I wanted to point out an endgame before. The issue was it was move 39, and Adita himself didn't have time to calculate the endgame. But I do have to tell you that was the only resourceful way to not lose this game immediately. And now, eventually, okay, he is threatening e6, but is that really a big of a threat if I play knight c6 and queen f6, right?
Really a big threat.
Yeah.
It seems like
And Jorden
black
will
is
play
winning.
move?
Yes, he will
Immediately?
play knight c6 quickly, I would believe.
He has 1 hour and 17 minutes on the clock.
Matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, but it's also so natural that it doesn't, you don't really see the reason why why you would delay this and just play a natural move, which seems to be the best one.
Absolutely. Okay, he played knight c6. Yeah, I think this game will be over soon. I'm trying to see if any of the players are in extreme time trouble. Otherwise, I would actually move to Aydin Suleymanli's game, if that's okay with you. Because also I think this one is quite bad for Kilic.
Yes, it seems that white is in full control. There is bishop pair, you name it, bishop pair, extra pawn,
Oh my
active pieces, better pawn structure.
God. Yeah, we threaten e6, bishop h6. How do you want to start? I don't know. So many
Suleymanli
options.
also doesn't know at the moment yet, but he has an idea or two, I'm sure. Yes, this is the only danger here. Really, would be not to rush things too much, and
Yeah.
it just needs to
Slow,
be accurate. Yeah,
but
maybe he can decide. Even something like Queen b4 looks like completely winning for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, changing
go
the
into the
queen.
endgame.
Yeah, I mean just. But I mean even that. But Queen c3. Queen c3. I like.
Queen c3 also,
Yes.
yeah, slow. And then h3, making a luft for the king, why not?
Yeah. Well, if
Okay,
the idea is
yeah.
Black's idea is probably bishop
Yeah.
e4. So that's why I wanted to move the
Start,
queen,
yeah.
and at the same time I didn't want to give up pawn on a3 for free. So just something like queen c3.
I think you're very on point because here you have two options. With e6, I think you win some material because f takes e6 would apparently not be so good due to queen d2. So after queen takes e6, bishop h6, and we win an exchange, Or we just go, like you said, slow way. We played queen c3 and destroy our opponent in a very silent way.
Yeah, probably e6 may be winning as well. On the other hand, if you feel that your opponent has no counterplay whatsoever, so then also move like queen c3 makes perfect sense.
Okay, no, that's definitely a game that we might end in Aydin Suleymanli winning today. And another player, Leon Medonkaluk, with a pawn on h5, also has a very cute situation on the board.
Very similar case. Not a pawn up, sure, but
there's a passer.
Yeah, b4, and also his pieces are placed much more comfortably than black's.
This is almost +2 already. d5 could be played here.
Yeah, it looks like white can simply rely on passed pawn and happily exchange the rest of pieces.
Definitely. We see them also here. Oh, he decided to take the rook first, which I don't think it's
and
an
maybe
issue.
b5 afterwards.
Yeah, of course, there's some technique to show here, I guess.
Yeah, well, black is lacking counterplays. This is the biggest problem. He doesn't really have any active plan or anything serious what to counter white's simple plan of pushing the pawn. So
And talking about h5, Pavel decided to go h5 himself.
oh, okay. Oh, he's black, but still h5. We can see h5 here on the board. h4 was white. Queen e5, queen b1. But what is very important also the situation of the clock. It's 1.5 minutes only for Jobaba. And
very important. I think this is the game we could actually stay on, except if you see yourself some game that you would want to point out.
Well, there is one
Yeah.
which was very interesting.
Let's see.
It's actually Patrick Cieslak against Jan. You would agree that this looks quite interesting. What do you say? This game, we have to remind our viewers that this game had an interesting intermezzo, not chess-wise, because at some point it seemed that players agreed to a draw, but forgot about the 30 moves rule. So I'm quite curious how this will. The arbiters correctly.
Stopped the draw from happening.
Yes, they just pointed out that this is not possible at this moment. So, well, the game continued, and well, Black is definitely up for a fight. Bishop takes h3. May this be working for Black?
I haven't checked the evaluation, I will be honest with you, but looking at this, I mean, I think Queen H4 just coming in. What do you want to do, King F2? King
Oh yeah,
H2?
but frankly, I'm a bit
Speechless.
confused at the moment. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which direction should I run with the
Me
king,
either.
because well, King G1 doesn't look very good.
That looks weird.
It's like Rook G3 check and
Yeah.
Queen H4 coming
And
and
Rook
the
G2
game
as
over, more or
well.
less, right? So King G1 we should not consider as the best one. King H2?
But Queen, okay, my rook is hanging, I will give you that, but still, Queen H4 is calling my name.
King H4, Queen H4, yes, and
It just,
can I survive this if I do Queen F2?
oh,
Tricky defensive.
that is
Ideas.
a very nice defensive idea.
But I'm not sure if this is enough even.
Yeah,
You
that's a
have to
good
take with
question.
the knight,
Yeah.
and bishop
takes
takes
the rook
F1,
F2, yeah.
and yes,
What do
and
how
something
do you wanna
like,
play?
maybe it's this even.
Or even this, yeah, we take F4.
Take F4, and this should be winning.
Correct, yep.
Yes,
yeah.
this is good because you also protect F7. It's multifunctional
Yes.
rook here. So, no. Also no. King F2.
Oh my god.
But then Queen H4 becomes a very unpleasant threat. And it's...
But it doesn't work yet.
I just do
Let's
like this.
move,
Just,
okay.
piano.
Piano.
Yeah, the point is that actually, yeah, Queen H4, once Queen appears, H4, it's a mate. So, so far
Very
it looks like King H2 was the best White's option. It seems that White is in big trouble.
You know what? I'm actually going to check what is happening as the evaluation.
To show like some
What?
plus, -4 or something. No?
Well, yeah, I just want to see how did how did Black allow this? Apparently, after knight takes G2, king takes G2 was a huge mistake. Yeah, bishop H3, definitely the way to go, and it is -3. You can pick your square. King H1 apparently by the engine.
-3.
-3.
Yeah.
No
And not
checkmate.
4.
Four, not
Yeah,
4.
it's 4.
Yeah, the thing is, King H1 or King H2, we can go Rook E6.
Even like this.
Okay, after King H2, maybe not. King H2, Bishop F1 is almost the only way to go. Bishop
King
takes
H2, Bishop F1.
Queen H4, Queen F2, like you said, yeah, then you go into this endgame. It's still winning,
Yeah, but it's
longer,
not.
yeah?
Maybe not necessarily. Yeah.
Nah.
But maybe he will go for that actually. I
he
would
might.
believe that he could go for this.
Yeah, and Patrick definitely not happy right now. He's calculating if he can save himself. Again, he put his king in an unsafe situation, just like yesterday against Jordan, but today it might not work out. I'm so sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, this looks too dangerous. This looks way too dangerous.
Yeah, well, the issue was where they agreed for a draw if we move to move 21 very, very quickly. King H2 was played, and of course now the issue is Knight H4, which was on the board. We have to go to move 21.
21.
Yeah, just
sorry.
21,
Yes,
yeah.
21.
Here Knight H4 was on the board, and of course this is a difficult situation to be in with White. Do you go F4 or do you go G3? Do you go Rook G1? You know, it's.
No, that's why he probably.
And this is, yeah, I'm very uncomfortable for White, I think, because of weak squares, and yeah, then this happened.
Typical attack from black side. This happens quite often. If you don't have enough pieces near your king, it may also be very problematic.
Yeah, but yeah, very nice game, definitely to point out. After King F2, I think we will see Rook E6.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
White still has to make a decision here. Shall we check if there's something going on
Which board?
elsewhere?
Board number 2, I have to say, Ortik himself has 5 seconds right now to play a move.
5 seconds, but
Not-
they made the time control.
Oh, they just
Yes.
them. Okay, I was very excited about this being in time trouble. Okay, then this game definitely we will leave for later.
There is not much happening
Yeah.
because actually, we made the time control, as you can see, but almost nothing has changed for many moves now, because we had this typical position which we predicted from the very beginning, and black is still pawn up, but it's definitely white who is pushing.
Yeah.
And black is defending. Defending
Terrible.
with all means possible. The king ended up on d8, moving maybe, well, I'm not sure what is, if it's a good direction, but in any case, yeah, he most likely needs to defend the pawn on c6 now.
Yeah.
There is, yeah, f5 doesn't look right. I mean, f5, queen h4 check, and then bishop takes c6 don't look like, this doesn't look like a right direction. In any case, this game is gonna definitely still be on.
For some time,
yeah,
exactly.
Quick check on Pavel Eljanov's game. Nothing happened.
Thinking.
Yeah.
And then the only game that is kind of in huge time trouble is actually Lumia Ioji against Kasper Perun. It's move 30.
Meanwhile, sorry,
Yeah.
Czeslack, Lilian, well, there's some development.
Okay, let's go
King
here.
h1, bishop f1, and queen h4 check, and this is going to be an endgame, where black is winning, right?
Was that the best way to continue this? No. After king h1, you were supposed to play rook e6.
Rook e6, yes, and bishop f1 was on the board, and now they exchanged, got to the end game, and here white.
But rook takes f7. How?
Rook a4.
Rook a4. You wanna play?
Rook c7. You have some.
I'm trying to also or knight g4, knight e5 is something I'm also looking at. Maybe okay, this is not what was played. He took knight f7. Yeah, this is definitely okay. Better for black, but not winning.
Yeah, may not be winning. Yeah. So
Wow.
he missed out. Yeah, he missed direct win.
Yeah.
Let's go. Which one did we want to go to?
To Lumia Ioji, I know it's an end game, but she doesn't have time actually to play at all. It's move 30. And I don't know if she has moved, to be honest. Maybe she already lost on time.
King f3 would be, if she would have moved, it would be King f3. We don't have the result confirmed, but it seems that the time has stopped there. So something is going on. We will update you on this game. The game is on. Something happened with online, most likely. And just
so king f3 probably, and bishop takes a3.
Yes, this we cannot see clearly. Well, hopefully we will get an update there.
Okay.
So let's check on top boards.
Let's go.
Nothing. First two boards, nothing very exciting going on there. And
well, yeah, board number one still, Pavel has been thinking for a long time after queen b1, and he probably wants to take advantage of Badur being on 1 minute, so he can make a long plan and then just blitz it out. That would be ideal. Yeah, otherwise we have a lot of endgames. You can pick your favorite one. Garifulin Alea still holding on, by the way, against Materia Marco. He hasn't been able to materialize his advantage yet. He has been better all game, but nothing greater. But yeah, which game do you want to jump to?
Yeah, this doesn't look like something which is gonna finish quickly. I'm curious what happened in Wonder Liang's game against Bazakuta, because the endgame we are seeing, well, I wouldn't expect such an endgame to occur. We can quickly go through
Yeah.
the moves made here. Black has decided to solve the problem of his e7 pawn by making a breakthrough
Yeah.
e5, and here they had to exchange.
Yeah.
The white went for pawn on b3, and black was trying to seek
We didn't take
chances.
it immediately, yeah, but
Rook c2, nice trick.
that's okay.
Just transferring his rook to g2. Now he can pick a g3 pawn, and now he is considering which way would be the best.
How would I mean, naturally I would try to take to the knight to keep the king on e1. But is there an issue with knight g3 or
No, running with a
running?
pawn
Yeah.
A in any case.
In any case.
Yeah, I guess that after rook g3, I want to go
Also
a4 anyway. I don't see many other options. That's the
You
thing.
know what I'm thinking with black? With the
Inserting rook g1 check?
No, I'm trying to push
d4,
my
yes.
pawns as
But
well.
d4
Yeah,
maybe a bishop f3 can be a
yeah.
problem.
That's why, okay, I have to start taking.
But maybe you can start with yes, exactly.
And now.
Take and now
Yeah.
this.
Don't know if it's any good, but
Have a funny
Yes, I
race for
see.
bishop b3, but d3, and it seems that queen bishop
that-
g8 threat is parried by
Yeah.
rook g1 mate first. So
so
of course
anyway.
some not very likely to happen event, but of course we have made time control here.
Okay.
Probably we'll try to find some game where the time control was not
Yep.
yet made. It's not only board number 1, and we have finally a move from Pavel, and it's queen f6.
Okay. Let's
Trying
stay
that's-
here.
Yes, this is a top board, actually maybe one of the most important games of the tournament. Definitely at this point. Jobaba is close to 1 minute, still 11 moves to make.
Okay, so queen f6, interesting way.
Rook d6 is
dealing
tempo. Looks tempting to go rook
It
d6
does
for
look
white.
tempting. How much time does he have? Okay, 50 seconds. He's a good blitz player, but also this, he knows his tricks. Well, after rook d6, I'm wondering if I can still go with knight a4. Not that I want to, but I'm just thinking about it.
But then I can.
Knight, yeah.
Knight takes a.
Knight takes a4 and then some knight d5, huh?
But knight d5 is
Yeah,
not
queen
threatening
d2,
much,
yeah.
except. Yeah. Oh, queen d2? No, queen d2 is rook d8 check. Maybe it is.
Well, maybe
yes,
not.
there's
Yeah, maybe not.
But
no?
yeah, well, it's
No.
yeah, that's not maybe what would be advised, but you can move
Maybe
the
just
queens
that.
and just queen e5. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, he has actually played queen c2.
Just a slow move, trying to bring his queen to e2. I would assume that the black's idea was to go queen f3 here, because
Yes.
otherwise I'm not sure why would he go queen f6, right?
Correct. Maybe he was preparing g5, but I don't think so. I think with the queens on the board, no, we need to play queen f3. I like. How would you respond after queen f3?
I'm not sure if there is a big threat here.
No, but I like my
d6.
queens.
Queen is active. I agree, but rook d6, something like that.
And if I just decide to play bishop a8, just to see what you want to do.
Quite happy that at least I managed to.
Yeah, you did manage to do something, yeah.
That's some achievement at least.
No, I have to agree with that. I have to
Pavel
be
is on
honest, it's not easy.
6 minutes, something over 6 minutes. Maybe, well, of course, black in the perfect world would like to bring his knight to d4, yeah. But it's a long way.
Yeah, I just want to point out, of course, this position is hard to play in general. h5 was not a good move
d7.
to play general.
But then knight c4, yeah. Then it's and knight d7 trying to go to e5 would be quite an interesting idea, but knight c4.
And John says rook d8 here, and it's equal.
Rook d8 is not a move you want to make when your opponent is on 35 seconds.
Yep.
And he may have understood that he is maybe not so much better anymore, but
What's the move 30? He can offer a draw.
you can offer a draw, but would you offer a draw
No.
when your opponent is on 35 seconds?
No. Well,
I mean, at least you make.
well.
I understand that it's so rare of an occasion. Yes. Okay, well let's reverse the question. Do you often get a draw offered when you are when you are on 35 seconds?
No, never.
But it's also a specifics of ladies' competitions, I would
Yeah.
say. Yeah. So draw offers are
Not
much
allowed.
less frequent. Okay, they
don't
are
offer
allowed
draws,
technically,
yeah.
but
Yeah, we just don't do it. We just don't think about it unless you feel worried or you feel like it's actually a draw.
yeah, draw is less acceptable.
Yeah,
result.
exactly. I
Uh,
prefer to lose.
That's fine. That's completely fine. That's what we
I-
like to see.
Okay, this game definitely is gonna heat up. It's move 30. They both need to move 10 more moves. Well, yeah, 10 more moves. And Jobaba being on 30. He played the move on 5 seconds, and Pavel lowering himself down to 4 minutes. Yep, interesting.
Knight d7, knight c4, knight d5 can happen. So here.
Yeah, so maybe not, let's not move this knight then, yeah? Then we just
we'll
allow
stay-
unnecessary
yeah,
activity.
and then just changing those guys, and that would be maybe equal still, but at least black is on the active side.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what else could I do. Yeah, I mean, Pavel probably... Oh, can I go g5?
If you wanted to go g5, there's one logical thing, about not
Okay,
going
next
g5 is he could go g5 here.
That's true.
Yeah. So most likely. So queen f3
And
played, and b3
immediately...
instantly. So
Whoa.
well, obviously Badur was ready for queen f3, and he decided to meet it with
Interesting.
b3.
Yeah, that's very interesting. He wants to... I don't know what he wants to do.
Well, knight a4 was maybe an idea of black, actually,
Okay.
and tricky idea of
Let's
knight
show
a4.
it, yeah.
Yes, because could this be working after rook d6 even, or not? Maybe yes. Well, that would be beautiful, huh?
That would be cute if that worked, yeah.
And this does.
It does look like it's working. And after knight takes a4?
Yes, and d1 is falling us.
No, before taking c6.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Knight takes
Yes. And knight takes a4. 4 bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
Is also bad news for white because queen h1 mate is coming, and
Cute.
that's why Jobaba did react with b3, which allows black to regroup, bringing the knight via d7
But you
to
know what
e5.
you could do if you wanted to put the knight on a4, play c4. And then...
But then knight takes e4.
Oh, we could take. And then I have no tricks anymore. Yeah, it looks like... No,
Knight
because
c4.
engine does suggest c4, And f5, f5 later, okay.
Okay, it's a bit, that's
Yeah.
more. But now, actually, black is playing a bit of a risky game,
Yep.
maybe now.
Yep.
Because allowing, actually, last two moves did allow white to consolidate,
Yep.
bringing his knight to c4, which is a huge square, actually.
Yep.
And suddenly, we have seen, for example, something like knight f6. We have seen one black queen trapped already.
No, come
Can
on.
there be another one? Maybe bishop
Maybe
takes
bishop
e4 still
e4
saves the
works,
day
yeah,
here, but
okay.
we have to watch out for these ideas. For example, there is already a tricky threat of rook takes d7 here and knight e5,
This 7, ouch.
which actually, incredibly enough, wins a lot of material because your only move after knight d5 would be queen f6 and knight takes d7 fork, winning.
Okay, I have an idea. Can I play rook takes b3?
Yes, let's see. No, I don't think so.
And this doesn't work?
I think this doesn't work
Really?
because of... Oops, I'm sorry, that was...
There's no check, yeah, that's what...
row wrong. So, no, alright, then after rook takes b3,
He played knight f6?
Knight of 6,
Okay.
bishop e4 was an idea.
Okay, good.
But then, how can I run from the mate? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's ask
King F1?
Jim. Oh, maybe, yeah, King F1, correct.
King F1 is possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so this
King
didn't
F1,
work, that's why...
So, Knight F6, Knight D2, Queen G4.
Oh my god, Queen is almost trapped here, so, but thankfully to Queen G4, we have everything under control. And...
King G2.
Oh,
Slowly.
no, I don't
trying
like
to
this move. You do not put your king on this diagonal. Okay, it makes sense, but somehow I feel like this could be
Think
overwhelming.
Knight takes E4?
Yeah, of course I'm thinking
but
about
Knight
it.
takes E4 may not be working because of this. Yeah, because
I know.
there's F3.
There's F3.
We don't have time for this.
Sadly, yeah, sadly, but somehow...
And actually F3 is coming, whatever Black does.
Okay. Okay, no, this is actually very interesting right now.
And this looks like, you know, as
why
exactly
I'll
the
first
position.
draw.
No, this is exactly the position which can go wrong.
Yep.
And you can see that Pavel did catch up. Bahadur almost did catch up on time, because Bahadur did make his last moves quickly, so he's already on 142.
Yep.
And Pavel is down to 2 minutes.
Yep, I would not feel comfortable. Especially because your opponent is blitzing out moves.
Well, so he has improved his position, I'm sure,
Yeah.
because now the queen on g4 is misplaced. You don't really want to go to g6 after f3, and on the other hand, e5 you probably don't want to go either. So, well, suddenly this can be actually a very difficult situation for Black to handle. Yeah, I mean, just.
I think you have to admit defeat and play 5 yourself, right? Otherwise, your queen will be completely on the wrong side of the board.
But then f3 and knight c4 anyway.
Yeah.
And then white knights are suddenly.
But you have a bitter weakness, yeah? So maybe I can try to take.
Yeah, but
some
e5 is
advantage.
also.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Okay.
Well, I would, and also psychologically, you know, you are pushing for the most part of the game. You are equalized comfortably, and then your opponent was in time trouble, and suddenly the tables turn, and yeah, e5.
Yeah.
E5 is the board. F3 is gonna more or less instantly. I would imagine F3 to happen.
Yeah, this is already, I think, a psychological defeat at this point, that you allowed your opponent to stabilize so much and create weakness, your weakness on d5.
Oh, but f3 actually, queen e6. There is
E6,
bishop d7 idea for Black.
Oh, okay. So this is on the board, f3, queen e6. So you say after knight c4, bishop d7. Ah, look, he's playing it. Okay. Maybe.
Bishop d7 is gonna happen, I'm sure.
Yeah. Is it a big threat? Oh, yeah, you are so
It's
correct.
It's a threat.
Immediately on the
It's a
board.
threat, yes, and maybe not
Rook h1?
an easy one. Rook h1 you
it's not
don't want
something
to
you want
do,
to
yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe you have to.
Yeah, okay, I can start with king f2.
Queen h3.
And I claim that your queen is so useless after rook g1. Maybe it's not so useless, but I can pretend.
Well, in the worst case, I can do queen
You can queen h2, queen h1?
queen h2, queen h1, but no?
I think I play something like knight d1 or something, you know, and I say your queen is out of the game.
Bishop h3, no?
Okay, maybe queen, yeah, maybe you do have bishop h3, yeah. King g1.
King
okay.
g1. Yeah, this partly also expected, because after queen h3, what does he want to do? Knight e2 or what? Because b3 is hanging. You cannot really go queen
Knight
something.
e2. Yeah, we would want to play queen g2, but you cannot. So knight e2 the only response, right?
Well, knight e2, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pavel thinking as well.
And then playing something like bishop e6. So.
Okay. Am I? Yeah, it's
So
on
there
the
is
board.
no threat actually from Black side yet, but
Let me see. Let me see what is happening. Yeah, okay. H3 92. Yeah, 92. We say bishop e6. Yeah, that's all good. But wait, nah.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
92 is on the board.
It's moved.
38.
Almost ready.
38. They have 2 moves to go. Now they are, well, they are still short of time, of course, but not in imminent danger of losing the game on time. 2 moves for 1.5
Well,
minutes. Bishop e6 looks like a logical move, but also there is no threat from black, right? So it's kind of queen c3 or some move like that, which is also creating no threat. But bishop e6 is on the board,
yeah.
and queen c3 I would expect to happen.
Queen c3, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, queen c3
You
looks
don't like it?
logical. No, I'm trying to find a way to sacrifice something, all the time. So that's my
Not
issue.
so many.
Something like bishop g4, knight g4. It's.
Yeah.
No, it might not work. Yeah, bishop queen c3 looks logical.
Yeah. So as we said, 2 moves to go.
You would not play a4, right? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't want to go a4
Mhm.
because rook b4, then I would am not giving up squares unnecessarily.
Okay.
I would prefer to somehow.
If I go rook d3 to threaten knight takes c5, would you take my knight? Oh, queen c3. Wow, you are so strong. You should go to casino
I'm
today.
not sure that queen c3 is a sign of a strong play, but actually I did like your rook d3 suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Because knight takes e5
Was a threat,
creating a threat, so it would be forcing black to act somehow.
Okay.
But
here
knight
we
d7
still-
you could go, yeah. So
You
queen
could-
c3 is not really threatening much. Knight d7 was black's plan in any case, and there's one more move to go
Okay.
till the time control, and to all things important, I'm sure that Bahadur is in desperate need of a cigarette now, and he needs to make one more move. I can bet that
I like
he will,
rook d7.
he will rook d7.
Yeah. Like, he needs a secret, I need a sacrifice,
No, rook d7 is not gonna happen. I guess.
No. Oh,
No, rook
d6
d6
was
yes,
probably
I'm sure
the
rook
move.
is
Even
on
though...
d6. So he checks.
Okay.
He checks on the score sheet and.
Yeah, then he goes for a cigarette. Oh, he doesn't leave. Okay, maybe
Interesting.
maybe he did lose his favorite cigarettes.
Rook d6. Well, interesting position actually, because the
let's
queen
put
on
it on the
h3,
board.
the queen on h3 is extremely dangerous for white. On the other hand, it's a bit stuck there. So does he have a plan how to bring it to life? Or he just leaves it there and hopes that the rest of the pieces will create enough harmony to capitalize on this queen?
Yeah, I am actually very confused about... I would definitely mess up this position much quicker than any of these two players would. So if you ask me, I don't know. I don't know who's better here. I don't know who has more weaknesses. I don't know.
Knight f8.
Okay,
happens.
yeah.
I would feel that black should still keep an edge, but I'm not sure. I'm surprised actually. Not by the play of the opponents, but yes, exactly the fact that Bahadur didn't leave.
Yeah,
Because
you
now
know
he will
how-
not be able to leave.
I think I saw after Pavel played the move, I saw Bahadur checking score sheet again and again. I think he might have also messed up with
He wasn't completely
his
sure.
score sheet, so he maybe wasn't sure, and he wanted to check maybe a Pavel's score sheet.
And it's Pavel Eljanov who left
Yeah.
instead. He doesn't smoke, so we don't know where he did go. But in any case, we can leave Bahadur to considering his options now because there is a time control, and
Yeah, look, he's really nervous. He's not sure about it. So he might have not written out his moves correctly of all game, but
Pavel is having a snack. And so it's time to check on other guys because we did pay most attention to board 1 at the moment, but there are things which happened meanwhile. For example, Jorden Van Foreest did win his game, did convert his piece up, and there are more results. Suleimanli did convert his advantage and won convincingly. Leonard Mendonça, however, he lost his passer.
Really? Oh my.
How did that happen? I would assume a time trouble.
Yeah, let's see. So, okay, some threats here. Why didn't we go b7? I'm sorry.
Rook b2, I think.
Just like that.
Yeah, I guess that would be 2 is solved.
Yeah, that's
maybe some problem with calculation here because with bishop c7 is suddenly bishop d4.
Yeah.
And black has some counterplay, and all of a sudden it's going to be a fight for a draw for white here instead of a comfortable advantage and maybe a comfortable win.
And in the meanwhile, we see Brandon Jacobson has finished his game. Let's see, it was exactly move 40. I think he won after playing e4 at the end. This king on g8 board 14.
Sorry,
or 12 or 13, 14, somewhere around there.
Yes. So that was a position where had a queen's gambit, and he did bring his knight to d3 for a reason. Put the knight on e5, and then slowly brought all I wanted to say is that he brought the rook to g3, but instead he went for knight d7 and gaining an exchange. And black has enough pawns, but his king is very shaky, and actually white managed to make use of this fact, proposing an exchange of queens, which was not accepted. And after e4,
absolutely.
e4, but it didn't finish yet, no?
I just saw them put their pieces back on the. They played next to Lumia Oji and Kasper Perun. We can see her in green.
Probably he lost some time.
Oh, that might have been an option. Yep. Well, I think it's +4 anyway.
So maybe.
Maybe they calculated
cases,
and said it's enough.
So while we are there, we can actually check on guys next to them. So Lumiarji, Purun, and Endgame, where it seems like black is gonna prevail here. It doesn't look like all these pawns are defendable. No, you think so?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm just looking at first counting the pawns. 4 versus 3, I had to double check. And this,
What should do? Bishop c4?
It's necessary, right? But
because b6 is a threat.
Yep, and taking on b5. Let's not blunder that. Okay.
Do this.
Maybe she wants to go actually d5 first, no?
d5.
If it's possible. Not sure if it works, but maybe she's calculating it. Not
and
sure.
If b6,
I don't know.
Wanted to go knight d4.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't know if it works. Takes and then g5, but
Knight c7.
I like that.
I probably will convert.
Yeah.
And don't know if there are many alternatives. Bishop c4, but bishop c4 looks
bishop a4 we forgot also.
a4.
Yeah.
Yes, this I didn't even see.
Yeah, I also didn't.
I mean,
that's why I checked the engine.
But it's it's a strange spot for the bishop, but it's it's a legal move definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so but they made the time control, so also some consideration for white here. Time control also made long ago in Gorstein Lama's game, where white will be trying to convert his pawn advantage, one material advantage, let's say, which he didn't have at first. He had roughly equal endgame, but at some point he did have to sacrifice a pawn on h7. This should be. This looks very good for white.
Yeah, I don't know if they already made the 30 minutes, so
the position is not correct.
Is it not?
There is white rook on g7.
Yeah,
because he took a pawn with a tempo on h7.
Yeah.
Again, there was a small problem with the DGT board. Yeah, it seems more win. Rook h7. This looked quite good, but rook on g7 looks more impressive.
Yeah,
yes.
correct.
So it seems that Ido Gorstein is on the way to win his game. So
yeah, I'm also trying to see is Karisaip has also just made her time control. Well, she lost some time to get some extra time.
Well, there is an end game where she is pawn down
for a long time,
rising from this classical anti-Berlin rook e1 line.
Okay,
and
can we check on Garifulina maybe just to see? We did leave it a long time ago, and
there's definitely some progress in this game.
Yeah, but I think black. Okay, it's comfortable, right?
Should be good for black here.
Yeah, but is it enough to win? I guess so. I mean, white
Bishop f2 is one of the ideas now.
Bishop f2 is simple.
Bishop f2 is one of the ways how to proceed, because I would believe that all these pawns they will be running.
They are indeed running.
Yes, if I get rid of this g3 pawn.
Yeah, I think this is
maybe winning. Polish guys, we left at some point where they were fighting straight out as opening, and there was lots of developments, of course, because they made the time control as well. Black managed to gain a pawn in process, but it seems that they just agreed to a draw because Black couldn't convert the advantage of pawn. Marco Materia did play bishop f2, so decided to go for this endgame, gaining a g3 pawn and then trying to run away with all available pawns, or at least two of them.
Okay.
King e2 quickly.
Very quickly. So the point is, what's the point after rook g3?
I don't know even what after bishop takes g3. No, I would like to take with a bishop.
You would prefer, yeah.
Because I want the rook to be present.
Do you think she wants to go c5 to have her last try? Not that he does anything. Yeah, you just take. And king
no, not really. d6, yeah. It's just even, that shouldn't be. Because on rook h6, I would consider rook g6. No.
Yeah. Okay, she's gonna, of course, try, but this looks very good for Marco. I don't see any good response for her. Maybe knight c3 she will try, I don't know. I have no clue.
e4, just...
Knight a4, f4.
Just walk away.
Yep, I don't see it.
Seems like this should be good for black. All right, so we have more interesting stuff to cover.
I haven't found any huge drama yet. Maybe the most dramatic. What is the endgame happening on board between Csiszlak Patrick and Jan Liu? Because
the endgame, which was not supposed to happen theoretically, but it is there. Black keeps some winning chances because white king is quite uncomfortable on h3. Really not a happy spot there. h3, g3, both not such a great squares. He has to always to be careful and to look for d2. Knight f7. Okay, went for some attacking idea. Knight g5 is
a lot of sense.
Trying to mate him.
It's gonna be the
All of a
first
sudden.
one. Actually, yeah, that's a very good way of playing chess in general.
To mate people.
Just to meet people.
Yes.
I guess it's time for some checks with black pieces. Bishop f5, I assume,
Yeah,
right?
bishop f5 for king g8. You can start.
You
It
can
doesn't really
start
make
with
any big
G8.
difference. King g3. And what now?
Yep. What
g6? No.
Do you want
Or
to
maybe
go
g6.
g6? Really?
No, I don't want to go g6, but I will have to.
Yeah, maybe you have to.
Seems to I have to go g6.
Okay, you could go king g8. I don't see an issue. But and then king
Yeah.
f8. I thought, yeah.
Then, can I go back?
You go here. Does that change much? Can I play d2?
No, but
Maybe
d2
not.
is
Yeah,
knight
knight
f3.
f3 or knight
Yes,
c4.
I'm not sure you are. Or knight c4, yes. Knight c4 maybe is more accurate. Oh,
Yeah,
this is also
yeah,
working.
correct. Yeah, correct. This is maybe not so comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, knight f7 in frankly, as the game already ended here, it and it was supposed to be a draw. So here we kind of it had some wild developments. Of course, at some point Black was completely winning, but maybe it was predestined to be a draw after all. So this is as close to a draw as possible, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. A draw is very much possible here with the good play, and also engine says it's 0-0. But okay, with the pawn up, it's harder to play for white.
And Lumelji played bishop a4.
Oh.
Just
I see.
quick update. So now it's Black who has to come up with winning attempt, because White's next idea is knight e4, and opposite color bishop endgame is not what you want with Black at the moment. So
No, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you are a pawn up, but I would leave it up to Casper to try to make this into a win. I don't know what's the best way. You probably don't want to exchange pawns here with f5. I assume that's not the way to go. Maybe b6, like you said before. That does leave a... no, he goes f5.
F5. You could decide to restrict this knight e4 ideas, create a passer, and hope to get one of the pawns.
Oh, okay.
I still don't like bishop a4.
You don't like it?
No, why would you put the bishop to such a square?
Well, because you have to.
Can let's say g5, e5. Doesn't threaten anything. It's just a funny trick.
See, this is the reason you play bishop a4. The point is, of course, in case you think there's b6.
d7, b6. Well, just compared to some version of what was this? Checkers, there is no obligation to take your pieces. So after knight d7, of course, Black is not going to take on d7 and just make something else. I just wanted to show. I couldn't resist.
That's nice.
I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry, guys. Knight d7.
Thank
It's
you.
a childish trick. Maybe it's not the worst move actually for white.
Probably not.
Yeah, just bringing knight to e5 and trying to go knight c4 afterwards. maybe it has not such a bad idea there.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, wait. One quick update.
Yeah.
Quite an interesting one, I think, on board 1, where after some
So knight f8 was
5-6 minutes of thinking, knight f8, knight d2 happened, and Pavel Eljanov went for knight d7 back.
Is that a silent draw of her, or just
Maybe it was loud
no
even.
other?
Never know. Well,
Doesn't
white,
sound it.
white, of course, has an option to continue playing something else. Also, knight f8 was move 40.
Yeah.
So it may not necessarily be the best move.
Yeah.
A bit of a psychological moment here. I believe that both players. We will see how the cards are drawn here. If white is happy with the draw, and then he will play knight c4, and then we will see if black is happy with the draw.
Yep.
And he wants to seek for something more, or would repeat moves.
No, it's definitely a game we will come back to it. I don't know if he actually offered a draw like you said. Maybe
No,
he
I don't
just
think so.
you don't think so. I really okay. Definitely interesting. In the meanwhile, Ida Gorstein did beat Simon Lamaze, and that was the only game that finished so far. And there's a checkmate trade on the board between Chislak and Yan Liu, like we said, knight g5.
From white side.
Of course, white side.
Yes. And yeah, bishop f5 is gonna most likely happen, because otherwise you would agree to draw his rook endgame. Bishop f5 is there, and it should be drawish as you mentioned. So no major developments on board 2 either. However, Tokin is still trying. Black has managed to get his king to b8. I think that's already some achievement. Not that Black is will be able to move any of his pawns, but I don't know. I think that I would feel safe already with Black.
Yeah, I think also Black has stabilized, unless there are any sacrifices coming to b5, a4. I don't think so. And in this case, if they're not coming, then Black is fine. That's my fear, yeah, when you sacrifice the pawn in the opening, and then all game you try to take advantage of these weaknesses and bad pieces, but at the end, if Black just stabilizes, you cannot achieve anything more but a draw, because you're pawn down.
True. Well, but it's a small risk of playing Catalan.
Yeah, that's true.
Generally, that's what happens quite a lot. Jobaba didn't go knight c4, but queen a5.
Okay.
And he wants, maybe he wants more. Now, queen c7, or he wants to take a pawn simply.
I mean, of course, if Black has no threats, that's something he would want to do. I assume that bishop takes b3 doesn't work.
Bishop takes b3 did feel like simply
Bit
queen
weird,
takes
right?
a7, and there is knight and the rook hanging.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like no coordination for Black. Oh, yeah.
Rook b6 here.
Rook b6. Okay. But, okay, let's say that I take on b6. Yeah, and I don't know, let's say, what can I do? Let's say I just go queen a8, queen c6, even though I don't threaten anything yet. I just want to see what you do with Black. Do you want to go g5?
I'm not sure, but you sure want to go g5.
Yeah, definitely want to go g5. That's what you can be sure about, definitely.
Maybe I would go g5, but a little later.
Like
if I'm allowed to do this, maybe to have an option of bishop f7 and bringing the queen back.
And after knight c4, I just want to see what you do with
Careful,
your pieces.
yeah,
Yeah,
with knights, because once kings up. Yeah, I'm not completely sure. Of course, if this is any good. Yeah, it's a still a little double-edged, because there are some small positional risks on both sides. Also, white has to look out for some c4 ideas.
well, what can I say? I can only agree.
Now, this would work actually, c4 here.
Does it actually work? That's okay. The point is, after b takes c4, you're gonna go bishop c4, right?
It didn't calculate actually, but
And-
I wanted
yeah,
to.
I didn't either. But
No, but just
there's
maybe.
d7, but bishop e2,
No,
right?
maybe maybe something else, but bishop. But you can take this maybe, no?
I think so. Rook b1. Oh, now this is where I think, yeah. Oh.
Maybe
A bit dubious here. Because after rook b3, there's rook d3. Yeah, that's what we worry about.
surviving. Yes, maybe there are some. it's maybe not so easily working.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
So in any case,
Yes,
we should move to some boards where little more action is, and we can see that game of Marco Materia against Diagare Fulina is coming to an end slowly.
Oh, yes, it is.
It seems so, because well, you can, of course, you cannot really take on a2 now. You have to start with cd6, king d6, taking here, and rook c7, a move which would, yeah, this is gonna happen, and after which black is gonna collect the pawn on d5.
Resignation moment.
This is more or less rook c7. I think is a resignation moment.
Yeah,
that's exactly. We were just in time to see Marco Materia actually making his way after a first round draw. After 6.5 hours of fight, he is on the stage and he's gonna stay there. It's actually, interestingly, if I'm not mistaken, it's his third lady opponent in this tournament out of 5 rounds.
Yeah, correct.
That's quite interesting because he played also Bodana yesterday, and they are Garifulina today. And good game for Marco. Of course, one of the guys to watch out for, of course, in general and in this tournament, for pursuing his chances for eventual GM norm.
Yeah.
And so let's see how.
Can we jump to Leon Mendonca Luke? This one. Actually, let's go to this one as well.
There were some interesting developments. Yes, in several games. Well, White's king side is gone. There were 3 pawns.
The pawn is on a5 though. This is what you wanted.
What is this?
Let's see.
Did he sells them? All right, rook takes g3, and White didn't go a4 quite yet. Rook b4 first.
Okay.
The pawn is just running still.
It's running definitely, but how far can it get? If far pawn with after rook f6, you're gonna play rook b6. I think.
What is this?
Okay. That's enough to
support.
Yeah. Okay. Can I? Knight g3 doesn't do much for me, right?
Yeah, knight g3 is bishop d3, and I'll probably just cut the knight. That's not so good.
Not so easy at all. Actually, yeah, we can try to. You know what?
Bringing the king to g1 was maybe a good idea. So he wants to say that he doesn't really need a king side pawns at all.
Yeah, okay, I guess you have to go rook f8, apparently rook f7 maybe, not rook f6 definitely. But okay, come on, this is hard. a6, rook a8,
and bishop e2.
And bishop e2, and knight c5, rook b6, yeah, knight
I'm a bit afraid
d4, d4.
You know, I'm a bit afraid of this game.
Me too.
Because it's somehow I see rook and the bishop against rook here in the future.
Don't jinx it.
Hopefully, we will see what's gonna happen. But so far, this looks pretty much like rook and the bishop. I don't know why. At least
definitely this is a game I do not want to calculate. I'm running a bit low on energy, so I don't want to calculate. I will try to resort to engines to help evaluate the positions. And there we have f5, queen is on a5. Still no possible sacrifice, right?
Yes, at the moment actually we don't have much of a progress on most of the boards. So I think we can go to one last quick break to get some more energy and to be back then to the final stages of all the games running. We have at the moment 7 games still on, so we will need some more sugars and then we will come back to you and
And
see the rest of today's round.
and the dancing banana on the board as well. We will come back to dancing bananas in a few minutes. See you soon. welcome back from our last break, probably, of the day. While we were gone, I ate all the chocolate, and there were 2 draws made in 2 games.
Major developments yes, on the chocolate part, and also 2 games. Patrick Cieślak did manage to hold on to a draw, and as I mentioned, maybe this game was predestined to be a draw at the end. So, and second, Leonung Mendoza at the end managed also to hold an unpleasant position with a pawn down. So he may be partly happy with that. Board 1, very interesting.
Okay.
Pavel Eljanov did spend a lot of time here and decided to go for sacrifice on a7, bringing his rook to g8, which I believe you may be happy about the developments. Rook g8, g5.
That's a bit slow for me. I mean, I would never prepare it with rook g8. I would just
You would go g5. Just go g5 and see what happens.
No, I just want to mention this was a very hard spot for Pavel Eljanov to be in after queen a5. Because, queen a7 and queen c7 is a threat, and actually the best response was bishop takes b3, followed by queen a7 and bishop d1, and apparently queen d7, and you go into this endgame, and it ends in a draw.
Bishop d1 is not an easy move to spot at all, because the bishop e6, b3, d1 maneuver is extremely difficult.
So this is the situation we are in right now.
Badur played king f2 and g5 most likely.
Yeah, I think we go for g5. Yeah, definitely. I think we have to.
Otherwise, if you play king h7 and rook g8 and then suddenly decide not to go for g5, you can actually drop in with queen h2, but not very clear if this check is somehow really useful at this moment. I would assume g5. G5 is a way to...
Because after queen h2, I would assume king e3, which also is safe from all the rook and queen checks. And here, I think
g5 is
more options.
Board.
Yay, Pavel, let's go! The evaluation of this position, however, still in white's favor. I think we have to take h takes g5, otherwise this would be a disaster.
Take g5?
And now apparently we defend with knight f1. Actually, we could also play a4, I think, which is more of a human move, but I don't know what happens after
knight f1 looks good also.
Knight f1, yeah.
I like knight f1. That's a safe move.
I think that's a very safe move, because in this case h4 doesn't do anything because of g4 as well.
It's not so easy for black to create threats here, because h4 is not really leading to anything if I can forego g4 even.
Yes, exactly. g4 is the move that traps the queen, actually.
And actually it puts all black pieces in danger. So h4 not really happening. What else? How to develop an attack? Bishop is not able to move to b3, d7 is hanging, like c4, something like this.
The only move apparently is rook g7.
Rook g7. Move, I actually consider this move for a while, because there is an idea of after rook g7 you cover the 7th rank, you want to go something like f6 afterwards. And knight f1, you see...
this is going to be now a very hard situation for Pavel. Yes, rook g7, but I do have to say it's the only move.
The problem the problem is that he actually has to kind of admit by this that that he's not developing his attack, but somehow quickly. But he just needs to be patient and to make some prophylactic moves first.
Yeah, but I just realized white has a threat: knight g1, queen h1 being the only move, and rook d7.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to go for that?
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to have these 2 knights versus this queen and the rook? Are you thinking about rook g3?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's knight takes g3.
I see.
And I did check king f1.
Yeah.
Bishop h3. No, but it's not enough. Not enough wood there. Maybe h4.
And if I go G4, you would just go H3. Oh. Oh.
That's not so easy then.
Okay. Interesting, yeah.
But yeah, if Rook G7 is the only black's way to continue the game and hang on there, then
Well,
it's very difficult for Pavel.
no, this is extremely difficult
it.
position, and tables have turned. I feel like Pavel played a great game with black pieces, and then when he had some initiative, Jobaba, Badur never gave up, even in time trouble, and now he's the one in the driver's seat. Definitely still a rich position.
Yes, of course, we have to consider also that that this is already good several hours of the game going on, and the game was very tense. Both players should, of course, be already a bit tired, and of course, it's easy to miss something out. But what is there?
Yes.
97. Yes. This is exactly
Oh my
how
God.
you entertain your audience by playing knight d7. But it's maybe a good move. Just
So funny. We said, maybe this is the best move, but it's just a move you play just for fun, yeah, because you can play it.
well, it's much easier for us to play moves for fun than
Yeah.
for players in the playing hall. But still, yeah, knight d7. Well, it does look amused a bit by the idea.
Yes.
I would. It would be very difficult for me to resist from playing this move.
Yeah,
To be
exactly.
honest, even if it would be very difficult for me to come up with any other candidate moves, because I would try
Actually,
to
it's
convince
true.
for myself that this is the best.
That's true.
I just would go for it.
I think you have a very good point, actually. And also the knight can now come to e5, it can come back to c5. And I think this game will be very, very hard to win for Kasper. There's only 3 pawns versus 2, and I honestly don't think that this is winnable, no?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, there's
That's,
of course always chances,
yes.
but that's true.
Yeah,
Whenever
I
you're a
guess
pawn up, it's easier.
Yeah,
It's easier.
it's kind of close call, of course,
Mm.
but yeah, I would rate White's chances to hold as higher than Black's to win. And knight f8, Pavel,
Oh,
and that's not what our
well, Pavel saw threat of knight g1 and rook d7 and thought, okay, I should avoid that, which is, of course, logical. But now, what
is
if I
it
just
something
take
like
pawn?
f4 winning now?
F4. No, I think F. You want to play F4? Wow, okay, I
Yes.
like it. I was thinking more in a different direction. F4. You would
Like
want
queen takes
to.
c5
Yeah.
direction?
Yeah, queen takes c5 and just push my passers,
No, this of course f4
Yeah.
may not be so necessary here. I'm sure, but
That would
just
be interesting.
curious, yeah,
Does look
if it
interesting.
because f4. If you allow me to play f5,
Yeah.
then should be good for white, I guess. If you take, on the
Yeah,
other hand,
that's
knight
good,
takes
yeah.
f4, queen g4 or h1, g4, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And just knight takes e6 was my idea. You have to take.
Yes.
Queen
And
takes
queen
f7. Knight g7.
I guess I have to.
Yeah, and somewhere around here I did stop because
Yeah.
I did think that something like queen f4 should be sufficient to win this game.
I would agree with you, actually. F4 looks stunning.
I'm not sure, of course. f4 is like risky stuff, always, because you maybe like still can play something like that. But f5, and if I manage to push f5, then your knight is out of the game,
It is.
and just.
But in this case, h4 is a big threat, no? Even in this scenario, if I give up the bishop... Okay, maybe not in this exact scenario, but here, could I please... I want to play c4, even though I know you have some check, but I don't see a follow-up yet.
You have no strength, right? So it goes something like queen b8.
Now I guess you... it's not like... Well... Now, yeah, I'm trying to see if I have something like, okay, like what if I click Queen G4, just, I don't know, just to see what's happening.
My original idea doesn't work as good as I thought, but just play. You want to go Bishop D1 or something, right?
Yeah.
What's this? Bishop D1, yeah. Knight D4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, these knights are controlling.
But I play C3.
So
No,
something
I
like
cannot
this.
take on G3 anymore because you queen. Okay. No,
No, this looks very dangerous for black. I'm not convinced about F4.
No, F4 is actually a good move. I checked it with the engine. Actually, this is a very good challenging move. I think it's also in Jobaba style, to be completely honest. Rook G4, you have to play with black pieces.
Ah, okay. Rook G4, and the idea is
After F5, just take Rook E4. Which is
just like that.
engine response,
Yeah.
but
Very difficult, of course, for black. F4 is, however, not an easy move to make with white, because you understand that I think that Badur does feel now that he really is in control at the moment. So at this point, of course, you start to think that maybe you don't have to take unnecessary risks.
yeah, also the thing is, whenever you play F4, your opponent, if you give him a chance, H4 is a bigger threat than now, because G4 will not be possible. I assume.
Also, not very natural to play with pawns in front of your king, which are carrying. Maybe we should also quickly check on I wonder Liang, whose game did look like rook and the bishop, but it seems that there will be other pieces deciding this game, and it's going to be white's queen side structure, actually, with a6 b7 at the moment.
How did he do that so quickly? I thought that it was not so
Once
simple.
they start running, there's nothing stops them.
No
So
way to come
he
back.
did really come up with a nice plan to consolidate, bring his king to g1, and then putting his rook behind a4, behind the a5 pawn, and it seems that this game is...
Wow.
You can see that it goes very quickly, and now a7. King g3, a last attempt to complicate matters.
Does it
But no, a7 is winning on the spot, because even if you would try to play for mate here, b8 with a check, and if you take on b7, just
take a queen.
Just a queen.
Yeah.
And there are no motives. I think that it's...
I know he's...
I'm playing rook e8, but b8 check is a queen.
Yeah.
b8 is a queen.
Maybe he's
with
hoping
check,
for...
yes, but I think this is a resignation moment.
Yeah,
and,
it was our fear that this game would really go into rook and bishop versus rook, which would take 50 moves to finish. But yeah, very nice queen side passers for a wonder.
Interesting way of playing this endgame, which we didn't expect so much, to be honest. And a nice game by I wonder Liang. Finally, he actually did seem he was in control after the opening, but then everything got a little more complicated than we would expect to. We have two types of positions, I would say.
Yes.
There is the game of Sava Vetokhin against Ortik Nigmatov, which didn't change much for a while.
No, it didn't change, but I just checked it, and black has an option to play e5 now. Now, the point is, after takes, there's c5, and then...
Bishop is hanging.
But we get 3 pawns, right? And the one on c5 and b5.
Many pawns.
Oh, more than 3, yeah. The thing is, after e5, rook takes e5, c5, rook takes c5, bishop f3. How do you want to start?
It does go for this.
No.
It does go for this. Quite unbelievably.
Why?
e5, I wouldn't expect this, but yeah, black is trying to push for more than holding a draw here.
Well, okay, I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
Just was about to say that there is almost no chance he's gonna go for this.
Yes, I really thought there was absolutely no chance because I want to take 4 or 5 pawns. I'm gonna get, I think, 5 pawns for this bishop. I'm taking f5, e5, c5.
You start with rook c5 here.
I think yeah, we can do this. Yeah. And now the question is, do I take on f5 first? Do I take on b5 first? Yeah. Then I take on f5. Then I take on a4. I think I prefer my pawns here than my bishop.
Oh yeah, I also am a bit surprised by this decision of Ortignigmato, but okay, he was in time trouble. I mean, he has 2 minutes and 26 seconds at the moment, and this is super responsible decision to make. Why he does this, I'm not completely sure, because it didn't seem that anything significant changed in this situation. I mean, I could have protected the pawns. I mean, like queen b6. He was doing this for approximately 60 moves, and yeah, e5 he may have underestimated the number of or let's say the position after the collecting of all these pawns. Yeah, e5 is interesting, but do you do this with 2.5 minutes against 28?
Correct. Yeah, so that's also right.
Doesn't look very practical, but okay, well, let's see. It's his decision in any case.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
it is the best move in the position, to be honest. Everything else apparently was 0.60, but we had this around same evaluation for the whole game. It doesn't tell you much because, okay, what can I say?
Well, f4, Jobaba's game. On the board, yeah.
No. No. Really?
Yeah, he did go for f4. I have to admit that I did expect this. It's Jobaba because this is something I would be very tempted actually myself if I can kind of project myself at this situation and come up with this is you really want to improve your pieces and of course you've in this situation when you are tired. You already function on instincts rather than some precise calculation. And rook g7 actually is the move we had in our analysis. And f5, bishop b3, that was aligned with queen b6 and so on, yeah?
Yep.
I mean, maybe there is even a better one for white, actually. Now I realize that. But rook g7, f5, bishop takes b3, queen b8 is double attack, right?
Oh. Yep. Yep.
And if you try to come up with some counterplay, let's say here, we can show what can happen here.
You're really looking for beauty points today, eh?
Well, some
stylish.
have to have some fun.
Very stylish.
That's winning, and with the mating attack. And Badur didn't go for f5. Why didn't he go for f5?
That's very confusing. If you go f4, go f5, right? And if you take queen c5, take it immediately, in my opinion.
May he have been worried? No, f6? No. I mean, yeah, if you go f4...
No, you cannot.
f4 looks like...
Was he worried about bishop takes f5?
And some... No, but there's no perpetual. No, just take, and play king g1. Yeah,
I don't think... can you go to g1? Let me check. The king g1, the knight e6, yeah, and h4 is coming.
Maybe some
so you have to go
unnecessary.
To e1, yeah, you have to go to
but
e1.
then the queen b1 and maybe e1, maybe that he felt is unnecessary. But maybe queen takes e5 is quite good as well.
No, not in this scenario, because now bishop g4 is actually coming into the game. Yeah, he hasn't done it though. This is a difficult position. Yeah, knight d7 actually not a bad move either, but okay, bishop g4 was much stronger for black.
Such an interesting development here.
Wow.
And we have another interesting idea by white. She really plays this very creative way.
Yeah.
And b6.
Yep.
After knight d7, b6, a6, and now she wants to put the knight on c5, I believe.
Yeah, or e5.
Could be an idea.
both scenarios. You could also put it on e5 and just wait there for the right moment to take all the pawns. c5, not an issue. After knight c5,
f3.
yeah, f3 something.
Because otherwise, if white bishop comes to d1 and f3, then the white is not even worse anymore.
No.
So f3 is necessary here.
Yes.
This should be a draw somehow also, I believe.
I think only one move. Okay, but this
Okay.
engine is not as strong, so maybe there are more than one. Bishop d7 you have to play.
Bishop d7. This is a difficult one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, you have to
it's
go
a
to
bishop,
h3.
Yes, to h3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is not so easy. Let's see. She has 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and yeah, things are heating up.
Yep.
Let's check quickly on
Yeah.
Arisa. We didn't really pay much attention to this game because, frankly, not so much was happening here.
They've been in this endgame since move 34.
Yes,
And it's
so
almost move 60.
they will be trying to, white will be trying to infiltrate black's camp by king f4, king g5, but first needs to take care of the second rank. Meanwhile, Lumio G played knight e5, which you said that also is a good
That was
option.
apparently the best option. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she wants to bring the... Oh, there is a nice trick, of course, that if you try to get the pawn here, then also there is bishop c6.
Yep, exactly.
So all kinds of small tactics around, and yeah, a bishop on b2 is a bit misplaced, of course. If white bishop gets to f1, to d1 and f3, then most likely knight c4 will be forcing a draw afterwards.
Mhm.
So
No, definitely not easy game for Kasper to convert. And Luke has been playing, I think, very accurately in this endgame. Also, bishop a4, which he didn't like. I mean, knight d7 did happen, yes? So
yeah,
some
I
bonus
mean,
points
somebody
for
who
them.
did knight d7 deserves a draw.
Okay. Okay, fair point.
Well,
fair
just
point.
my personal impression, of course. And Badr Jobaba
let's go.
started after knight d7.
Yeah.
He's thinking because maybe he didn't expect something. And knight comes to f6.
Yeah.
This can become very tricky.
I think this game, we should not look at this game with the engine at all. We should look with the human eyes as they are doing. Like you said, they're both tired already. And also, okay, so are we, but
And suddenly this becomes completely unclear.
this is so unclear. This is extremely unclear. This is definition of unclear.
Yeah.
I don't even know
Queen
what
C5.
I can do with.
Queen c5 does look a little careless to me.
Yeah.
I think rook takes d7 will be a move here.
Here.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Bishop d7 and what
And
you
queen
take?
takes e5.
Queen takes e5 like this. And h4. Can I play h4? Okay, you have a
Queen
check.
h5
though,
check
yeah, you
and
have a
queen
check.
takes h4.
Yeah, you
I'm
do.
not sure you can
No, I
give
cannot
up
do
all
that.
the spines. Rook takes d7, because otherwise when knight comes to f6,
Yeah.
I mean suddenly, well, I don't know, but I would be scared. So rook d7 does seem to be a practical decision here for me.
I actually agree with you. I haven't even thought about it, but if it works, I mean, I have these two strong pawns, a3, b3, and
Maybe you need to go bishop g4 quickly,
yeah, I think
which
so.
looks a little strange. And you need to bring your rook somehow, because
Okay, go knight g1. Can I go knight g1?
yes, queen h1. It's a
Knight
bit stuck here. On the other hand, once the rook appears somewhere, yeah, but maybe I know this is hanging, so f5 is not maybe f5 now.
And h4?
I was not so afraid
Yeah?
of
Okay.
because
Oh, you're so on point today. Rook
no, but
takes
this is
d7,
this
yeah.
is
You're right.
practical. I think that this is
You're right.
very very practical because you know you don't want to allow this this knight appearing on f6.
You're right.
And basically, I think this is a safe way of playing it. It may have given up some advantage. I would have a feeling that the game is going little bit out of hand for white.
I want to point out the evaluation of this current position is 0.0000000.
Yeah, well, we
But that
do
doesn't matter.
understand,
That
but-
doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course, because we saw already several turnarounds in this game. Do you think he's gonna go bishop g4? I don't know if that's very logical.
Bishop g4 is very logical, but again, you have to. Yeah, I think bishop g4 is the most logical. You want to be active. You have to be active. Otherwise.
And to create some threats, because well, also h4 is not quite possible move here because of queen h5 and queen takes h4. So yeah, in order to control the h5 square, we can quickly look at Sava Vetokhin because he did something else than we expected. Rook takes c6. Yeah, bishop g4 is on the board. So rook c6, ed4 is this.
Oh my god, rook c6, he
What
takes
is this?
d4, apparently queen b5 is winning the game.
Wow.
What?
So
Wow, that's insane.
and take it, rook takes d6.
Yeah, rook d6.
It's an overload.
Oh my god.
Yes. So so what?
The only move is rook takes c6, and the
bishop
question
c6, and then it's on the board.
yeah.
And he does play this, and then ed4, right?
Yes, and then ed4. And then what do you do with white pieces, actually? I think rook c5 is the most logical response. Right?
I don't know anymore if there is any logic left in me for today, but
Yeah, I don't think we can take bishop d7 because after taking on c3, queen is coming to d2, and then I think we're lost.
yeah, well, queen d6 you have to do, but it's queen
yeah,
c7,
yeah.
So, or at least queen c, or he can go king a8.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's actually a very tough situation for Sava, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, he has 20 minutes so to deal
correct.
with this.
Yeah, correct. Because after rook c5, okay, we have a threat. But the question is, can black take on e3 in the meantime? Oh my.
Crazy stuff. But
Okay.
yeah, it's hard to predict if white is going to be rushing his decisions now. Who will have to rush now, but he does do something quickly.
Okay, let's see.
He does play rook c5.
Oh my, he does play it, yeah, and he calculated most of the things when he was...
Before rook takes c6.
Yeah.
But who would have to speed up a bit as well will be Bahadur Jobaba because he's now again on in second time control under 2 minutes, and it's
yeah, definitely. Knight
gonna do knight
g1
g1?
being, I would play knight g1,
but maybe there is no threat actually at the moment from black
You
side
don't
because
think
bishop takes e2 is not so much of a danger for
Really?
white. No?
Okay, I will believe you.
No, but because your king is also vulnerable in a way, so that's.
No, you're right, you're right.
On the other hand, it's very difficult in such situations to make a move. And Sava Vetokhin is pushing his opponent to an edge, and
So it
bishop
was-
takes c6 happened,
That
and
was the
rook
only
d5.
move. Yeah, bishop takes c6 was the only move, and rook d5 also the only move.
Incredible. That's I also to admit that surprisingly for me, black here is really on the top of the game because he's so low on time, and now he finds all this
Yes.
best moves.
It is very tough. This is very interesting game. It's been very boring for most of the time, but since e5, this has been a chaotic game. The thing is, we cannot take on d4. We lose a rook with queen e8, so that means we have to either avoid being taken on
Rook
e3
c5.
or playing rook c5.
But rook
like a
c5
threat,
looks
yeah?
quite drawish then.
Does it take stakes?
Queen a5
Yeah,
check.
queen a5.
I don't know, d
Then
take
take
d3.
e3.
And but then the whole structure there hangs, and Jobaba goes for knight c3 activity. He wants to go for knight d5.
Knight c3.
Yes.
Wow. And he's not worried about queen h1?
I'm not sure, but he didn't have time to be worried because he was only 3 seconds left.
Listen, I am extremely worried about Queen H1.
95?
3 seconds left. Oh, sorry, I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, that's what
Oh my
I said.
God.
Basically, he didn't have any time left to be worried.
Oh my, but I'm sure he's worried now. Well, how do you defend Queen F3? Maybe it's not a threat, Queen F3. That
It is.
Yeah, Queen King G1
Yeah,
maybe.
okay. Queen H1, 95, Queen F3, King G1, Bishop H3. As simple as that. Knight F6, check King H6.
Isn't that... Oh my god.
This can be mating net suddenly from...
Yeah, let me check the engine actually, because that would help us a lot.
C3.
Queen H1 winning for black. Also H4 winning for black. Yep, Knight C3. He had to play either Knight G1 or Knight D4, even better to stop this F to protect F3.
Yeah, but it's already... Yep. That's...
Wow.
And so the token goes for Rook C5 meanwhile. Pavel will definitely spend some time here because he has more than 5 minutes, and he may understand at the moment that the situation has changed drastically, and he may be pushing for a win here. You feel that there will be something, but he does go Queen H1. I think he decalculated the line which I predicted. Knight D5, Queen F3. I think that's gonna appear at the board because I don't see much of other options for white. He can go something like F5 now.
No, right? It doesn't make sense. I think if you go Knight C3, go Knight D5. Bahadur very, very much nervous. 9 seconds.
Yeah, he feels that something is got out of hand, and Queen F6. Oh, he lost on time. Oh,
okay.
Well, he already spoiled the.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
now they will take a short look, of course, but yes, that's a tragic turnaround for Bahadur Jobaba. This game had everything. This was a true first board game.
Yeah.
Incredible fight from both sides.
Absolutely.
Well done for both players. Both taking risks, maybe over the edge, and yeah, Bahadur was the last one to make the last mistake, which decided actually, and but extremely complicated game for both of them. It should have been very difficult to maintain such a high level of play, and I do believe that of course for Pavel it would be a huge boost.
I mean, okay, in his defense, yeah, whenever you lose on time, it's a bit bittersweet, but he was already in a lost position at that point after Queen F3, which Pavel would 100% play, so it wouldn't change the result much, but like you said, wow, what a shocking game. Definitely worthy of board number 1.
Of course, and Pavel Eljanov has maintained his sole lead in the tournament with black pieces winning such a game. It's yeah, a huge boost to his chances. Plus, he will get definitely white tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see, of course, who is going to be his opponent. Let's meanwhile check on Lu Miaoji.
She's in big time trouble. Okay, Casper has a bit more time, but Casper has managed to push A4, F3.
There is a trick, because if you take on F3 now, then A3 is coming.
Exactly. And which I think what will happen. No, she's going Knight E5. Okay. Knight E5. Let's see. F2 will be pushed, right? Is that correct?
But F2? This is losing, no? Or not?
I think it's supposed to be losing. Is -2 losing in on endgame? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Depending.
Quite close.
Yeah.
I guess in such an endgame. F2, she has to go King E2 and then
A3. A3,
take a Knight C8.
Knight E4.
Knight E4, Knight C3.
Knight E4, Knight C3, and then you play this 2 pieces a pawn versus a knight and 2 pawns, but I think that should be winning eventually. Wait,
he goes Bishop E3.
Nothing is over yet. Bishop E3 on the board. Pavel leaving hopefully very satisfied with today's result. Maybe not as much as the game as the result was.
Is bishop h3 winning?
No.
Okay.
You have to find one move though.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah, it's hard. And
Like
Luke,
knight g, no.
Luke
knight
has
c4?
24
No.
seconds.
Knight c4 is losing actually, yes. Knight c4.
What's wrong with knight g4?
The knight g4, bishop d4, and
Knight f2?
can this be a draw? That's
Knight
the one, yeah. That's the one, and then basically she goes knight e4.
so yeah, now this is on the board, knight g4. He's gonna take the pawn on d4, and
She's
after
gonna
knight
take
f2.
knight take f2. Because there is no choice anyway.
Yeah, no, there's no choice. You have to take. But if I take bishop b6,
Knight e4.
knight. Okay, that's my knight e4. Wow. Yes, definitely.
It would be very difficult to imagine that you cannot win after bishop takes f2.
Okay.
Of course.
That's actually a good point. How is that not winnable?
Probably you cannot cross the.
Cannot
You
cross
cannot
the
cross
bridge.
yeah, because we'll stay on the diagonal and.
Yeah, it is a good point. What if I start with a3 though? We'll look at Kasper becoming aware that maybe he's not winning. Oh my.
Yeah, very, very strange position, of course. But let's check. Meanwhile, they still have some time.
Oh, in the meantime, I think Carissa Yip is going to lose the game. I think her rook is slightly out of the game, and the pawn is
And
too
rook
far.
e7 is coming, and rook e7 and rook f7 is suddenly becoming a mating threat for Bryce Tiglan, who is
Yeah.
seemingly
Wow.
finally managed to grind out a whole point out of Endgame, which didn't look easy at all. And yeah, we will see. Kasper Perron will be thinking here. I'm sure he'll take his time. A quick check on Vetokhin against Nigmatov. We have a Queen's Endgame where Black is pawn up again. Will this be a draw?
How is Black pawn up again? Well, yeah.
Yeah, Karissa did resign, and good technical game, slow, but very
Suffering for
very
Carissa, yeah?
unpleasant. Yeah, she got an unpleasant position maybe after the opening, and yes, so that was very difficult to hold, of course. And yeah, Kasper Perron goes for bishop takes f2. King takes f2, and yeah, it's very hard to believe that this is a draw.
So after
Is
king
it-
f6? Oh,
You say,
yeah, Engine
you
says
guys
it is.
say it's a draw.
Yeah.
Yes. So
He
king
doesn't know
f6,
but
king
it is.
f6, this,
King
and
e5,
king e5, and
yeah.
I stay on a diagonal, probably
Exactly.
anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah. But you're not worried about knight c8? I mean, I would be worried.
Okay, this is just.
Yeah, takes. I will see probably something like that 100%. But,
Unbelievable. This is gonna be, because of course when
knight d5? Oh, that's why I draw. I cannot go.
no, it's not
e3.
like I'm completely sure that this is the way how I draw, but
Yeah. Maybe. Oh my. Tough.
still, of course, they are both now around 1 minute. I mean, it seems that Sava Vetokhin did take half of the playing goals time on the second time control because he still has 16 minutes.
Yep. Definitely a
But
record
let's stay this dramatic endgame. Sava doesn't look be happy, and we have actually like both games in a way. We have split camera view on Sava and Ortik, but also the position from the game of Lumiao Kasper Perron, who said we can't be everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, and I think Sava looks upset because he's not winning. You know, he just wants to be winning all the time. It's that simple.
That's logical. I also wanted to be winning until I found out that the rest of the guys, they feel pretty much the same.
Yeah. I mean, this game is apparently going to be ending in a draw. Okay, both games are supposed to end in a draw, but I think maybe Sava's game is harder to hold.
I'm not sure. Is he any better? I mean,
Well, how do you stop from losing a pawn somewhere?
Queen D8 check.
Queen D8, King E2.
Queen D7. Want to
That's on the
protect,
board, yeah.
all my pawns. But maybe Queen D8. Well, no, he
Okay.
cannot. Does he go Queen D4? No, King C3, and he wants to go to B4.
Oh my, yeah, because Queen C7 followed by King B4 is a lost endgame. That's
Queen
gross.
A5.
Oh, okay.
This is
Yeah,
how
we
this
can
game
just
is gonna
show it
end. Yeah.
for the
This
viewers.
is what is gonna happen here. They repeat moves. King D2. Also, the body language does look like that he understood that he missed out maybe on a chance to win this game, and there is probably no way how he can try to win
Well,
it. King
he
D4?
could try.
I don't know. Just
Well, he could do it, but
no, it's not bringing anything because you can go Queen D8 at least, and after
okay,
King
yeah,
E5, Queen F6 check, and
absolutely, yeah.
that's
Okay,
that's
let's
most
see.
likely a draw anyway.
No, he could play Queen B4.
Queen
if he
B4 now?
wanted to. Yeah.
Queen C7.
But
I'm
Queen
not sure.
C7, yeah.
King D4. King
Whoa.
D4 is there.
Whoa. Not afraid of Queen D2. I don't think it does much either. Are you
but
afraid of Queen D2?
no, I'm not afraid of Queen D2.
Okay.
First of all, not sitting there, so it's quite easy not to be afraid of anything when you are here.
Queen
D8.
D2 is lost for white.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not afraid.
Queen D2, the point is after King E5, Queen
Queen B.
D7. No, Queen D7.
Queen D7.
The
But
only
he's
winning
he's gonna play Queen D8
No, Queen
check. I think.
D8 will be played. He has 1 minute. Come on. If he finds
Well,
Queen
we
D2,
already
check him. You know?
once we actually we already had this in this game when I would bet against E5 earlier in the game when he had 2 minutes, and he
Yeah.
did extremely responsible decisions to
true.
do this.
That's true. Yeah.
But it would be incredible turnaround if he finds this queen because the king on E5,
The point is, yeah. Then
Queen
what?
A7. Does Queen A7 work?
Wait. Oh, he's
Aha,
going.
King
like
D5, yeah. But this is going to be the same situation, no? Queen D7 check, and they actually gain the tempo.
That's true. That's actually a very good point. Yep, Queen D7. You are absolutely right. That's
He has won the tempo. Well, a bit of a cheating because you told me that
Yeah.
Queen D7 is good. So basically, then I understood that if I have an extra tempo, that I will be even happier.
yeah. So Sava should have obviously after Queen A7 went into the pawn endgame because it's a draw. Because you keep the king always on A6, A5. He cannot move from it. I think.
Unbelievable. And now this
he's
starts
of course
to be
found it, yeah.
Queen D7, King E5,
Yep.
and
King B7
King
we will see, I
B7
think,
simply, and then he will pick a moment to transpose to pawn's endgame.
Yep.
With Queen C7 check.
Yeah. Actually, you're right.
If there is a definition of pushing too hard, this looks like one. And he may not be
Oh my.
happy after. Well, King B7 is so natural.
Oh my.
You make finally you put your king to a safer spot.
Oh.
Truth is that a black player had technical problems in this tournament against Bodana, and she couldn't convert. It doesn't change much.
C7, yeah.
It doesn't really change too much because he can repeat. He can repeat and go back.
Yeah, that's true. But you wanted to say that he had a technical problems against Bodana in an endgame.
Yes,
And we
but it
are
was
in
a
an
rook's
endgame.
endgame.
It was a
Rook's endgame, and
correct.
he didn't convert the endgame, which did look and was winning, but
No, definitely. I don't know. Do you think he's gonna go check again and King B7?
yes, I
Or
think so.
is he gonna go for a draw?
No, I believe that he's gonna give a check and then play king b7.
Another option would have been to also take on g3, but then queen b5 would have been happy coincidence.
You
think so? He's gonna play it. I hope he's gonna play it. I want to see a fight. But on the other hand, it's almost 8 o'clock.
Sure. Oh, but we cannot bring our personal preferences.
No, I want to see the
this,
fight.
yes.
I hope.
No, but he's gonna
happens.
repeat moves.
Yeah, it does feel like he's ready to have a draw. I go home. No, come on, Ortik. King b7. And then Sava looking at him, yeah? Like, okay, come on.
Quite curious if he is aware that he's losing.
Wow.
He's lost in here. Yes.
He's
What do
aware?
you think?
No.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
Draw agreed. Yeah. I mean, who's gonna tell them?
He's gonna tell them it was wrong.
What is going on? Okay, so Luma is she's trying to hold on in this endgame, and is she gonna succeed?
Yeah, why not?
So,
What
yes.
do you play?
Oh well, King b3 is to be calculated, of course, but it's not winning.
Yeah, it is not winning somehow. Okay, and Bishop c4 is not something you don't want to do, but
No, just take on b7.
take on b7, yeah. And you hope you don't get checkmate.
Usually you don't.
Usually you should.
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. As in, and if not, then how to improve? Yeah,
you
Casper,
have to
you
improve.
can see. Casper just found out that this is not.
No,
winning.
he's so disappointed in himself. He knew that he was actually almost winning all game. All game.
King b3.
I think he had a pawn up, something like that.
Yeah. I guess that he was winning bishop b7. Now there's no way he can do anything here. He may just collect the pawn on b6. Heartbreaking, of course, not to win such a game, but again, how can you beat someone who played knight d7? This is just
Facts. These are facts.
incredible defense. I have to admit, knight b6,
Okay.
bishop d5 check is gonna happen.
That's actually a cute way to draw.
Yes, and that's on the board, and knight takes d5, and the draw
Oh
is
my god. Insane.
fantastic defense. And guys, we have final game of today's online coverage, but more importantly, it's not 8 o'clock yet.
True.
So we have to admit that we did set up a certain kind of a bet that there will be maybe a day when the games will be finished before 8 o'clock at the evening, and today is a day. We can make a quick recap, of course, from today's round.
Wow, what an eventful day. I mean, just look at the results. Board number one. I mean, no words. That game was absolutely crazy from all the perspectives. Going up, better for white, better for black, better for white. Winning for black, losing on time. Jobaba, but we're lost on time. Lost position against Eljanov. Pavel, who is the only one on 5 out of 5. That's an impressive score.
Definitely, this in such a tournament, and having actually three times having black pieces, it's quite an achievement. So Pavel Eljanov is on his course to try to escape with this tournament, but we will see, of course, how it will continue, because many rounds to go.
I mean, not a lot of people are following him. As you can see, Vetoki and Sava did just draw Enigmato or Tick, so they're both on 4 points out of 5. The only person, I think, on 4.5 is Tiglon Bryce, who just beat Carissa Yip. And Materia Marco, yeah.
Marco Materia is
The only
also,
two
yes.
people
So
following
4.5
him,
out of 5, 2 players. So we will see, of course, sometimes the pairing system surprises us.
Yeah.
So by logic, it would be Bryce Tiglon playing Pavel Eljanov tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Marco Materia picking someone from the lower rating,
higher.
point group, but the higher rated player, most likely the highest plays one like Jorden Van Foreest or somebody else.
For example, yeah.
Yeah, we will see soon enough. Of course, many interesting games fighting. Well, the best example was given on board 1. I think it's best invitation for our next streams, and we will be here tomorrow, same time, same place.
Oh yeah, indeed. Hoping for as many exciting games as today. So guys, come back here tomorrow.
Have a great evening.
Bye bye.